Chapter 483 New Lord Class, the Lord of the End. Zhou Zhou looked at the two rewards expectantly. I hope I get something good. He looked at the two of them and decided to open the gift bag from the final battlefield first. Good things had to be saved for the last. After he opened the blood-red gift bag, a blood-red certificate appeared in front of Zhou Zhou. Zhou Zhou was stunned. He picked it up and looked at it. Treasure name, the Lord of the End Class Change Certificate, Treasure Grade, Exclusive, Unique, Treasure Effect, Exclusive, Unique Lord Class Change Tool. After using it, you can become the exclusive, unique Lord Class, the Lord of the End. You will also receive the blessing of the Battlefield of the End and automatically have exclusive class equipment, class law skills, and exclusive soldier type class change authority. Treasure description, exclusive, unique Lord Class Certificate. It comes from the legendary The Final Battlefield. Only lords who are invincible in the final battlefield are qualified to wear the crown of the Lord of the End. Zhou Zhou was a little surprised when he saw its message. It was actually a class change certificate for a special class. Moreover, it was the class change certificate of the Lord class. There were very few special classes to begin with, let alone the exclusive unique Lord class among the special class. Even though this was the first time he had seen such a class change certificate, Zhou Zhou knew that this must be a top-notch class change certificate that could only be chanced upon by luck. I have the Green Bronze Tier Lord Talent Fighting God Full-Time Master too. I can have 2 additional classes. Originally, I didn't know what class to choose as my second and third class. It's fine now. The Lord of the End is simply the best choice for my second class. Zhou Zhou was pleasantly surprised. Then, he chose to use it without hesitation. The blood-colored class change certificate suddenly dissipated into countless blood-colored fog and surged into Zhou Zhou's glabella. He felt a chill at his glabella before a text notification appeared in front of him. You have successfully taken on the exclusive unique Lord Class the Lord of the End. You have received the blessing of the battlefield of the final battlefield. You have obtained class exclusive equipment the crown of the final. You have obtained the blessing of the final battlefield and the class law skill finally Nirvana. You have received the blessing of the battlefield of the final battlefield. You have obtained the class-exclusive soldier type the final guard. Zhou Zhou sensed his body and vaguely realized that it seemed to have changed. At the same time, he realized that he could only sense all kinds of energy evolved from the chaotic chi in his super-perception. And now he discovered another aura other than this energy. The aura was completely grayish-white. They floated silently in the world, as if they were everywhere. This was the chi of destruction. An aura comparable to the chaotic chi. If the chaos chi represented the source of all creation and destruction, then the aura of finality represented the absolute power of finality. The Lord of the End class only gave him these notifications about the chi of destruction. There were no other notifications. Zhou Zhou thought for a while and stopped thinking about it. How could a small lord like him study the final energy that could compare to the chaos energy? In the future, he would naturally understand everything when he reached the level. It was useless to think too much now. He looked at the 3 class benefits provided to him by the Lord of the End. Firstly, the crown of the End had condensed in front of him out of thin air after he took over as the Lord of the End. This crown of destiny was completely grayish-white. There were 3 small mountain-like bumps in front of the crown, looking ancient and mysterious. A text notification appeared. Divine Artifact Name, Crown of the Final, Divine Artifact Grade, Low-Tier Deity Elementary Grade, Enhanceable, Divine Artifact Ability 1 Power of the End, as the Lord of the End, the power of the End that can end all things surges in your body. When you attack any matter, you have a 10% chance of shattering it. When attacking any life form, you have a 1% chance of directly killing it. Divine Artifact Ability 1 Power of the End, as the Lord of the End, the power of the End that can end all things. When you attack any matter, you have a 10% chance of shattering it. When attacking any life form, you have a 1% chance of directly killing it. Divine Artifact Ability 3 Obtaining the Final, you can collect the power of the Law of the Final by destroying the Lord's faction. After collecting enough power of the Law of the End, you can increase the grade of the Crown of the Final and unlock more abilities of the Crown of the Final. Current collection progress of the power of the Final Law, 0%, Divine Artifact Description, the Lord of the End's exclusive Divine Artifact. It contains the power of the end of all things. Zhou Zhou could not help but hold his breath when he saw the information about the Crown of the Final. It is actually a divine artifact. Oh my God! Is this the exclusive unique Lord class? He was given a divine artifact the moment he arrived. Moreover, this divine artifact could still grow. He did not know how much it would grow in the future. Zhou Zhou played with it happily for a while before putting it on his head. After he put the crown on his head, he immediately felt the power of the end surging in his body become even more active. Moreover, he had a faint feeling that he seemed to have used this power of the end to master 2 special nomological powers. Even though the probability of them being triggered was very low, if he could continuously increase the grade of the Crown of the Final in the future, the probability of triggering these 2 nomological abilities would also increase. As expected of a divine artifact. I'm directly provided with 2 methods that are close to law skills. Zhou Zhou was very satisfied with the Crown of the Final, a divine artifact. Then, he looked at the class blessing. Law skill name, Final Nirvana, Law skill quality, Master God tier advanced grade, nomological skill power description. When the Lord of the End destroys kingdom level and above Lord factions, you can obtain a different amount of final Nirvana power according to the strength of the Lord faction destroyed. Consumption of the corresponding amount of final Nirvana power can immediately revive the Lord of the End after the Lord dies and greatly increase your strength. Current power of final Nirvana, 0, Zhou Zhou could not help but hold his breath after reading it. Resurrection. In that case, other than relying on the Goddess of Lives' large and small resurrection spell to revive, he had a new resurrection method. A smile appeared on his face. No matter how many methods he used, he could not have too many of them. The advancement of the Crown of the Final requires the power of the Law of the Final to be obtained by destroying the Lord's faction. And the release of the final Nirvana also needs to obtain the power of the final Nirvana by destroying kingdom level and Lord factions above the kingdom level. The Lord of the End is really a profession that likes to cause trouble. Zhou Zhou muttered to himself. However, he didn't care. As a lord of all races, he had to constantly attack the forces of the other lords and the Scarlet Lords. In his opinion, he could easily complete the Lord of the End's request. Chapter 484 Mythical Tier Treasure Chest. Supreme Defense. He turned his attention to the Lord of the End's professional soldier type, the Final Guard. Soldier type, the Final Guard, soldier type quality, Divine Kingdom tier, soldier type creation method. When the Lord of the End leads the Lord faction under him to conquer a kingdom level or above Lord faction, you can automatically obtain the loyalty of a member of the Final Guard. Soldier type description, the exclusive soldier type of the Lord of the End. A terrifying life form born in the end. It will live and die with the Lord of the End. It has a body that can constantly be reborn. Moreover, it has mastered the laws of shattering and instant death. Even God's spirits will be afraid of their weapons. When Zhou Zhou saw the soldier type information of the Final Guards, he was both shocked and pleasantly surprised. It was actually a Divine Kingdom tier soldier type. A soldier type of the same grade as Soul Reaper Maris. Divine Kingdom tier soldier types were almost exclusive to those Divine Kingdom factions. Even the legendary Master God tier would value and rely on soldiers of this level. Zhou Zhou only had the Lord talent, the King of Loots, which was why he had the Soul Reaper, Maris, at the current stage. And now, he, a lord who had not even established a kingdom, had actually obtained a stable channel to obtain Divine Kingdom soldier types. Even if it was very difficult to achieve its conditions and needed to conquer kingdom level and lord factions above the kingdom level to obtain it, it was very rare. Zhou Zhou was really shocked. Only then did he realize how precious the Lord of the End class was. Since it could create divine kingdom soldier types, it could only prove that its professional grade was at least not inferior to a god tier. Suddenly, an idea flashed across his mind. The Taiyan kingdom has already suffered a huge loss. It might even be less than 10% of its strength left. King Li Yuangan of the Aurora Kingdom has also promised to give the Aurora Kingdom to me. If I send troops to take down the Taiyan kingdom and accept Li Yuangan's Aurora Kingdom, will I directly obtain 2 sets of the power of the final Nirvana and 2 members of the final Nirvana Guard? The more Zhou Zhou thought about it, the more excited he became. If his guess was true, the Taiyan kingdom and the Aurora Kingdom were 2 great treasures to him. He only calmed down after a long time. From tomorrow onwards, the next 3 days are a rest period. Zhou Zhou thought. With the military strength he currently had and the military strength of the Lord Alliance, not to mention a beginner Crimson Kingdom with less than 10% of its national strength. He was confident that he could easily take down even 3 Taiyan kingdoms at their peak. There was no reason for Zhou Zhou not to eat the meat that was delivered to his mouth. Then, he looked at the other mythical tier treasure chest. This treasure chest was completely black and gold. It was 2 meters long and half a meter wide. On the surface, there were ancient paintings that seemed to depict the scene of life forms of all races living together. Zhou Zhou took a deep breath and opened it. An ancient black gold ring-shaped city wall model was lying quietly inside. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows. He looked over and a text notification appeared. Building name, Supreme Defense, Construction Level, True God Tier Advanced Grade, Building Function 1, Wall of Myriad City. After using the Supreme Defense in the main city, the city walls of the original owner's city will be replaced by the Supreme Defense City Wall. At the same time, the city walls of the subsidiary cities of the main city can be replaced by the same Supreme Defense City Wall. Building Function 2, Growth. The level of the Supreme Defense's city wall will automatically increase as the city level increases. The highest level can automatically increase to the True God Tier Advanced Grade City Wall. At the same time, the Supreme Defense will automatically be immune to any stats attack below the level of the city wall. When the Supreme Defense is broken by attacks above the level of the city wall, it can be repaired by replenishing building materials. Construction Blueprint Effect 3, Absolute Defense. The Supreme Defense can activate Absolute Defense for 1 to 10 seconds a day. During this period, you will be immune to any stats attack of any level. The duration of Absolute Defense depends on the level of the city wall. Building Description, the mythical tier Legendary Supreme Defense. It was once damaged because it participated in a divine battle with countless casualties. Later, it was repaired by the Supreme Will and awarded to the number 1 Lord of the Myriad Races Lord Battlefield event. Do you want to use it? Zhou Zhou widened his eyes slightly. The 3 city wall abilities of the Supreme Defense were all top grade. The first could save him a large amount of materials and time to build the city wall. When he asked Zhao Chang to guard the first city wall of the territory, he had spent a lot of building materials and time, leaving a deep impression on him. It was naturally the best if the Supreme Defense had such a top-grade effect. Moreover, he would not have to worry about the city walls of the new city in the future. After obtaining a new city, he could just let the Supreme Defense be the new city wall. In the future, he could use the Supreme Defense on the city walls of all his territories. In the future, he could use the Supreme Defense on the city walls of all his territories. The second city wall effect was even better. Not only could the level of the city wall increase as the territory level increased, but it could also be immune to attacks below the level of the city wall. If the lords of all races saw these stats, they would definitely be extremely envious and jealous of him. The third absolute defense did not seem to last long. However, if it could be used at a critical moment, it might be able to save the lives of all the subjects in the city. As expected of a mythical tier treasure chest. This reward is too top grade. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up. Then, he immediately brought the supreme defense to the beginner grade Lord's Paradise. Then, he asked the soldiers guarding the city wall to immediately get off the city wall through the army interface. Even though the soldiers did not understand Zhou Zhou's orders, they still quickly ran down from the city wall. The soldiers made a little too much noise. Many residents and soldiers could not help but walk out to watch. Bai Yun, Wuxia, and the others also walked out. Seeing this, Zhou Zhou asked them to start evacuating the soldiers and subjects around the city wall to avoid accidentally injuring them later. Bai Yun and the others immediately accepted the order. A moment later, Zhou Zhou smiled after everything was arranged. He did not explain even though he was facing everyone's puzzled gazes. Then, his gaze landed on the Supreme Defense model in his hand. His eyes burned. Use it. As soon as he finished speaking, the Supreme Defense model suddenly turned into grayish-white light and fell from Zhou Zhou's hand. Then, it fused into the ground. Rumble. The ground suddenly shook faintly. Everyone was stunned for a moment before fear immediately appeared in their eyes. What was going on? Has the Earth Dragon made a comeback? At this moment, waves of exclamations suddenly sounded. Then, many people's gazes landed on the distant city wall. The white silver tier light elemental city wall made of light origin stone in the distance was actually on the verge of collapse. Just as everyone was worried that the city wall was about to collapse, suddenly, a piece of the city wall skin fell off, and what was revealed inside was not a dilapidated city wall brick, but a brand new black and gold wall. More and more of the city wall skin fell off, revealing more and more black gold walls. Bai Yun, Wuxia, Feng Luo, Zhao Changshou, the chief architect of the Blazing Sun Territory, Vice City Lord Xing Yuanqi, Martial Master Luo Feng, physician Bai Yuejing. All the Blazing Sun Territory subjects who saw this scene were stunned. Chapter 485 The Reward of the Strongest Lord. Faceless Ancestor Statue of the Cerulean Planet Human Race. A moment later, the trembling of the ground gradually stopped. The city wall in front of him had also changed from the original black city wall to a brand new black gold city wall. From afar, an invisible might and pressure came at him. Accompanying this feeling was the complete sense of security it brought to the Blazing Sun Territory subjects. Even though everyone did not know what the defensive effect of this city wall was, everyone subconsciously trusted its defense just based on the appearance of this city wall. Don't panic. This is a treasure awarded to us by the Supreme Will. Its name is Supreme Defense. In the future, every time we own a city, such city walls will be pulled out from the ground to protect our home. Don't be too flustered. Zhou Zhou looked at everyone and told them the other two abilities of the Supreme Defense other than Absolute Defense. Everyone was extremely excited. If this Supreme Defense was really as powerful as the Lord said, they would not have to worry about the defense of the city wall in the future. Especially Zhao Changshou. He had always been in charge of the construction of the city wall. He was also very serious about the construction of this area. However, the highest grade building material in the Blazing Sun Territory was the white silver tier light origin stone. This was even evolved from the green bronze tier building material, the light drawing crystal, after absorbing light elemental energy for a few days. Therefore, before the Supreme Defense appeared, the level of the city wall of the Blazing Sun Territory was limited by the materials. It had always been at the white silver tier advanced grade and could not be further upgraded. This was timely. With this Supreme Defense, he would not have to worry about the construction of the city wall for a long time in the future. He could completely focus on the other buildings in the territory. On the other side, as the Lord of the Blazing Sun Territory, Zhou Zhou was naturally the most satisfied with the appearance of the Supreme Defense. He did not have to worry about the defense of Blazing Sun City's city wall not being strong enough before the Supreme Defense's city wall level increased to true God-tier advance grade. Then, he looked at the defense time of the Supreme Defense Absolute Defense. He realized that its absolute defense time was 5 seconds. 5 seconds. Zhou muttered to himself. The longest defense time for absolute defense was 10 seconds. Now, his territory level was White Platinum Tier Intermediate Grade, and the absolute defense time had become 5 seconds. Would the absolute defense duration of the Supreme Defense increase by 1 second every time it increases by a large level? Zhou was not too sure. Therefore, he thought for a moment and brought Bai Yun, Wuxia, Zhao Changshou, and the other key figures of Blazing Sun City to Kingdom Beginning City through the teleportation array. At this moment, the city wall of Wuxia City had already been replaced by the Supreme Defense. This was because Kingdom Beginning City was also a White Platinum Tier Intermediate Grade city. Therefore, the Supreme Defense that had been replaced was also at the White Platinum Tier Intermediate Grade. Zhou looked at its attribute information. The information about discovering its absolute defense was indeed the same as the city wall of Blazing Sun City. It took 5 seconds. Zhou nodded. It seemed that the absolute defense duration would indeed increase by 1 second with every level increase, but he felt that it was a pity. If not for the 2 White Platinum Tier cities in the upgrade requirements of the Blazing Sun territory, excluding Blazing Sun City itself, he would have been able to upgrade his territory to the White Platinum Tier Advance grade. However, he didn't care. Less than 10% of the Taiyan Kingdom's strength remained. Tomorrow, he could lead his troops to the Taiyan Kingdom and casually conquer it. He could obtain a White Platinum Tier or even higher level city and territory. At that time, he could naturally level up easily. After that, he told his generals and architects about the timing of the absolute defense. If a powerful enemy attacks one day and I'm not around and you can't block it, you can use this absolute defense to fight the enemy. Zhou said. Yes, my lord, XN everyone said respectfully. Zhou nodded. Then, he did not say anything else and returned to Blazing Sun City with his subordinates through the spatial teleportation array. Blazing Sun City. After everyone returned, Bai Yun, Wuxia, and the others brought the soldiers to the triumphal arch. Zhou was not in a hurry to go. Instead, he returned to his beginner Lord Blessed Land and looked at the other event rewards. He still did not have the event rewards to check. There were also the rewards for the strongest lord of all races, the title of the strongest lord of all races, the rewards for the strongest lord, and the title of the strongest lord. Zhou first looked at the reward for the strongest lord of the same race and the title of the strongest lord. The reward for the strongest lord was a faceless statue. Zhou looked over and a text notification appeared. Treasure name, Faceless Ancestor Statue of the Human Race of Cerulean Planet, Treasure Grade, Legendary Tier, Treasure Effect. Use it on a Cerulean Planet Ancestor Statue of the Human Race and immediately upgrade it to the Legendary Tier Ancestor Statue. Treasure Description, a promotion treasure specially used by the Ancestor Statue of the Human Race on Cerulean Planet. You can use this to find the lost part of the Ancestor Statue and upgrade it to a higher level. From there, you will have a stronger Ancestor Statue enhancement effect. Zhou was a little surprised. It was actually a treasure that could help the Ancestor Statue advance. The strongest lord of the same race only rewards one legendary tier treasure. Zhou thought about it and felt that it was normal. After all, being ranked first in the myriad races Lord Battlefield was indeed not worth mentioning. The rank of the Lord Battlefield was the most important. For example, Zhou himself. The highest honor of a lord of the same race was completely free. Under such circumstances, it was already very good to give him a legendary tier treasure. He was not in a hurry to see what the reward for the title of the strongest lord was. He directly took this, faceless Cerulean Planet Ancestor statue, to the Imperial Ancestral Temple. In the Imperial Ancestral Temple, A faint smell of agarwood filled the main hall, making Zhou Zhou, who had just arrived, feel at ease. He looked at the shrine on the altar in front of him. There were already 5 shrines worshipped here. The 2 shrines on the rightmost side did not consecrate the new ancestor of the human race on Cerulean planet. In the 3 shrines on the left, there were respectively the yellow gold tier ancestor statue, Sun Simiao, the yellow gold tier ancestor statue, Liu Bei, and the white silver tier ancestor statue, Gong Shuban. Zhou Zhou looked at the 3 ancestor statues and could not help but fall into deep thought. He had to choose one of the faceless Cerulean planet ancestor statue in his hand to advance. Which one should I choose? Zhou Zhou was a little conflicted. Whether it was Ancestor Sun Simiao's essential prescriptions worth 1,000 gold for emergencies, Ancestor Liu Bai's subduing people with virtue, or Ancestor Gong Shuban's heart of the craftsman. Zhou Zhou liked these 3 ancestral enhancements very much and wanted to upgrade them. As for keeping it for stronger ancestral statues in the future, such as the Yellow Emperor, Shenong, Fuxi, and other ancestors, Zhou Zhou thought for a moment and gave up. Even with the King of Lutes, Zhou Zhou had only obtained 3 ancestor statues. Moreover, 2 of them were bought from other Cerulean planet lords. It could be seen how rare they were. There were many ancestors on the Cerulean planet. Zhou Zhou did not think that he could obtain ancestor statues at the level of the Yellow Emperor and Shenong in a short period of time. It was better to have a bird in hand than to have 1,000 birds in the forest. Therefore, Zhou Zhou felt that it was better to use it now. Chapter 486 Legendary Tier, Essential Prescriptions worth 1,000 gold for emergencies. Summoning Sun Simiao. A moment later, Zhou Zhou took a deep breath and came to Sun Simiao's statue. In the end, he decided to advance Ancestor Sun Simiao to the legendary tier. The main reason was that Sun Simiao's ancestral enhancement was in medicine. Zhou Zhou felt that his territory was a war-type territory. To a war-type territory, the strength of the medical path could naturally greatly increase the combat strength of the army. In comparison, Liu Bai's ancestral enhancement, subdue people with virtue, focused on increasing his loyalty. In this aspect, he had the more perfect and powerful peace and prosperity. Actually, his needs in this aspect were not very high. Gong Shuban's ancestral enhancement was to increase the efficiency of building buildings and war machines. In this aspect it was also inferior to Sun Simiao's medical skills. That was why Zhou Zhou decided to use the faceless Cerulean planet ancestor statue on Ancestor Sun Simiao. Of course, he actually also had another personal reason. That was the soul of Sun Simiao, whom he had seen living in the essential prescriptions worth 1,000 gold for emergencies. After the 2 of them communicated a few times, Zhou Zhou inevitably had a good impression of this kind old senior herb king. Therefore, he also wanted to raise Ancestor Sun Simiao to a higher realm. After making a decision, Zhou Zhou no longer hesitated. He looked at the faceless ancestor statue of the human race on Cerulean planet, in front of him and chanted to use it in his heart. The target was Sun Simiao. The faceless Cerulean planet ancestor statue, in his hand suddenly emitted a purple light. Then, this light surged into Ancestor Sun Simiao's statue. The statue of Ancestor Sun Simiao also emitted a dazzling purple light. This purple light enveloped the entire imperial ancestral temple. After a long time, it gradually entered the statue of Ancestor Sun Simiao. Subjects who were not asleep, as well as many life forms with powerful perception, such as Ingersoll, Nazario, Haris, Suan, Baiyun, Wu Xian, and Feng Luo, all discovered this phenomenon. However, when they realized that the source of the light was the imperial ancestral temple and that the Lord inside did not do anything, they knew that this should be the Lord's doing and did not care much. In the main hall of the imperial ancestral temple, Zhou Zhou looked at the statue of Ancestor Sun Simiao that seemed to have undergone a huge change. At this moment, a text notification appeared. Congratulations, your cerulean planet's ancestor statue, Sun Simiao. You have used the faceless ancestor statue of the cerulean planet's human race and officially advanced from yellow gold tier to legendary tier. Current ancestral enhancement effect has been updated. Zhou Zhou first looked at the ancestor statue and realized that the level symbol behind Sun Simiao had changed from yellow gold tier to legendary tier. Not only that, there was also a summoning function that he had never seen before. Summon. What function is this? I can try it later. Zhou Zhou thought. Then, he looked at the current ancestral enhancement. The essential prescriptions worth 1,000 gold for emergencies had also advanced to the legendary tier. Treasure name, essential prescriptions worth 1,000 gold for emergencies, treasure grade, legendary tier, treasure effect 1, after healing the injured, there is a high chance that all physician-related professionals in the territory will comprehend more medical theories, increasing the probability of breaking through by 90%. Treasure effect 2, all physician-related professionals who have learned the essential prescriptions worth 1,000 gold for emergencies, will have a chance of receiving hints from the human ancestor of the cerulean planet, Sun Simiao, when they encounter difficult illnesses. Treasure effect 3, the potential of all physician-related professionals in the territory will increase by 2 levels. It cannot surpass the legendary tier advance grade at most. If you leave the territory, the enhancement of your potential will be ineffective. Treasure description, human lives are the most important. They are more precious than gold. They are more virtuous than this. Prompt, this treasure is exclusive to the Imperial Ancestral Temple. It cannot be worn down, lost, or destroyed. Zhou Zhou gasped. His gaze was fixed on treasure effect 3. After confirming it again and again, he confirmed that he was not wrong. It's really increased by 2 major levels. Even though it's only to increase physician-related professionals by 2 major levels. But isn't it too terrifying? Zhou Zhou muttered. Take Bai Yuejing, the strongest doctor in his territory, for example. The upper limit of Bai Yuejing's potential was extraordinary tier intermediate grade. He was already an extraordinary tier elementary grade doctor. Before long, he would reach the upper limit of his potential and have no way to enter. However, it was different with this new treasure effect 3. With this new ancestral enhancement, Bai Yuejing's potential would directly surpass the epic tier and reach the legendary tier. It could be said that in the future, as long as he worked hard and had enough medical knowledge to learn, he could easily become a legendary tier doctor. It was not difficult for him to even reach the upper limit of his potential and become a legendary tier doctor. And the potential of this level was something that even many heroes in his territory could not reach. Is this the legendary tier ancestral enhancement? It's actually so terrifying. Zhou Zhou was shocked. Even though this buff would be ineffective without the territory, however, Zhou Zhou naturally would not feel that it was a pity for subjects who were not in his territory to lose their potential. Top grade, top grade. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up as he looked at the treasure effect. After reading it a few times, he retracted his gaze reluctantly. Then, he looked at the new function, summoning. Summon. Zhou Zhou did not hesitate and chose to summon it. Under his surprised gaze, the statue of Sun Simiao's ancestor suddenly emitted a dazzling purple light. Then, the purple light did not fuse into the statue again. Instead, it began to condense in front of Zhou Zhou and gradually formed the appearance of an old Taoist priest. Soon, an old Taoist priest with a bun on his head and a kind face appeared in front of him. He was wearing a simple Taoist robe and holding a wooden staff in his right hand. There was a gourd hanging from his waist. It was lifelike, like a real person. No. Under Zhou Zhou's powerful perception, he knew that the person in front of him was a real person. At this moment, the Elder One cupped his fists and chuckled. Sun Simiao. Greetings, my lord. Old senior son, you're too kind. Zhou Zhou reacted and said hurriedly. Sun Simiao smiled and looked around. Then, he lowered his head and stepped on the ground curiously. He sniffed the air and clicked his tongue in wonder. This high continent is different from our China. Previously, he had been observing this world in the essential prescriptions worth 1,000 gold for emergencies. Now that he could appear with his true body, he was naturally very curious about this world. Zhou Zhou smiled. Then, the two of them chatted for a while before Zhou Zhou asked, "Old Senior Sunday. Do you want to show me what's wrong with me?" This was the king of medicine. Zhou Zhou was naturally unwilling to let it go. My lord has a celestial appearance and is very healthy. What's wrong with him? Sun Simiao's gaze was sharp. He looked at Zhou Zhou's face carefully and said. Zhou Zhou immediately laughed. Oh yes. My lord, I want to see my good friend, Bai Yuejing. Is that possible? Sun Simiao said. Of course. I'll go with you, senior. Zhou Zhou also said. He also wanted to see what Bai Yuejing would become after his potential increased. Sun Simiao nodded. Then, the two of them walked towards Bai Yuejing's residence. Chapter 487 Reward of the Strongest Lord of All Races, 1, at the same time. Bai Yuejing's residence. At this moment, Bai Yuejing was fighting at night and studying medical books. Moreover, he was studying the Chinese medicine books passed down by Sun Simiao. The doctor treats cold with hot medicine, treats heat with cold medicine, and vomits and poisons if you don't eat, he read attentively and carefully. The more he read, the more Bai Yuejing felt that this traditional Chinese medicine path had many similarities to the human medical path in the high continent that he cultivated. This made him feel inspired. At this rate, I should be able to advance to an extraordinary tier intermediate grade doctor soon and reach the limit of my potential. He was very happy. Normally speaking, the closer professionals were to the upper limit of their potential, the harder it would be to advance again. For example, Zhao Changshou. He had been trapped as a white platinum tier architect for many years. If not for the fact that he came to Zhou Zhou's territory later and came into contact with many special buildings and race buildings, he would not have been able to reach the upper limit of his potential so quickly. He might even have advanced further and become the architect of the diamond tier advanced grade. If not for the fact that he came to Zhou Zhou's territory later and came into contact with many special buildings and race buildings, he would not have been able to reach the upper limit of his potential so quickly. He might even have advanced further and become the architect of the diamond tier advanced grade. The difference was, Zhao Changshou had been promoted to a diamond tier advanced grade architect by coming into contact with special buildings and buildings of the race. Now, Bai Yuejing felt that she was not far from becoming an extraordinary tier intermediate grade doctor because she had come into contact with Sun Simiao's Chinese medicine inheritance. Bai Yuejing was a very pure-hearted doctor. His desire to increase his level was not mainly for that status and reputation. What he was thinking about was that he could save more people by upgrading to an extraordinary tier intermediate grade doctor. There were already more than 2,000 extraordinary tier soldiers in the Blazing Sun territory. It was also because of this that the number of high-level doctors in the Blazing Sun territory was already a little tight. Seeing this, Bai Yuejing also yearned to break through to a higher-level doctor. This way, he could relieve the pressure on the medical resources of the Blazing Sun territory. At this moment, Bai Yuejing's mind suddenly trembled as he looked at the medical book in front of him in a daze. The profound and complicated medical knowledge that he had previously felt suddenly became easy to comprehend at this moment. At a glance, all kinds of medical knowledge easily entered his mind. He even drew inferences, allowing him to understand more medical knowledge. At this moment, he felt that he was getting closer and closer to becoming an extraordinary tier intermediate grade doctor. Boom! It was as if the world had been split open. An even stronger doctor's energy surged in his body. Bai Yuejing indulged in the newly obtained medical knowledge for a long time before sensing the changes in his body. He could not help but be shocked. He had actually broken through to the extraordinary tier intermediate grade. What? Bai Yuejing gasped. What happened just now? Why did I suddenly break through? Moreover, the breakthrough was so easy, as if he was eating and drinking. Even though he really felt that he was not far from becoming an extraordinary tier intermediate grade doctor, he shouldn't have broken through so easily. This feeling. It reminded him of the feeling of breaking through from a white-silver tier advanced grade doctor to a yellow-gold tier elementary grade doctor when he was young and still a doctor genius. It was that easy, that relaxing. It was as if this was not a difficult bottleneck for him to pass. However, he was an extraordinary tier elementary grade doctor just now. How could the difficulty of breaking through to the extraordinary tier intermediate grade be the same as breaking through to the yellow-gold tier elementary grade as a white-silver tier advanced grade? Could it be? An unbelievable thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Then, he immediately sensed the upper limit of his potential. Then he froze. The upper limit of his potential had actually crossed 2 major realms and reached the legendary tier. What was going on? Elder Bai. At this moment, a voice came from outside the door. Bai Yuejing immediately recognized that this was his lord's voice. There was no time to think about what had happened to his body. He tidied up his appearance and quickly walked to the door of the house and opened it. Greetings, my lord. Greetings. Bai Yuejing had just finished speaking respectfully to Zhou Zhou when he was stunned when he saw the person beside the lord. Why? Old friend, didn't you see the old Taoist priest statue in the Imperial Ancestral Temple? Why can't you recognize it now? Sun Simiao stroked his beard and chuckled as he looked at Bai Yuejing. Your old son. Bai Yuejing's eyes widened. Exactly. Sun Simiao nodded and sighed. I'm lucky to have been raised to my current level by my lord. I can already reconstruct my true body and be summoned to walk around in this world. Moreover, there's no time limit. Strictly speaking. As long as Sun Simiao's ancestor statue was not damaged. He would be immortal now. He could also be resurrected in the statue even if his body was killed now. The price was that he needed to consecrate some legendary tier mist cores. The legendary tier mist core was not a big price for the current Zhou Zhou. On the other side, Bai Yuejing's eyes lit up and he was overjoyed. When the two of them were communicating with each other about the medical path of the world, they had unknowingly become good friends. Now that he saw his good friend walking in this world with his true body, he was naturally very happy. Besides Sun Simiao, Zhou Zhou also smiled at the two of them. At this moment, he suddenly realized what he was hungry about and exclaimed in surprise. Elder Bai. You've broken through to the extraordinary tier intermediate grade? He was surprised. Not only that, he also realized that Elder Bai had become much younger. It was not an exaggeration to say that he had changed from an old man to a middle-aged man. He had never given him items like blood honey that could restore his youth. That's right. I broke through for no reason. Bai Yuejing scratched his head in confusion. Then, he told them about his sudden breakthrough and his potential increasing to the legendary tier. Zhou Zhou and Sun Simiao looked at each other and smiled. So that was it. No wonder he could recover his youth. It should be because his potential had increased, so his body had become younger. Then, Zhou Zhou did not hide anything and told him the effect of the legendary tier essential prescriptions worth 1,000 gold for emergencies. Now, the potential of the doctors in our territory should have increased by 2 levels. Elder Bai, your breakthrough today will not be the only one you will experience. In the future, I'm afraid a large number of high-level doctors will appear in our territory in an endless stream. Zhou Zhou said happily. He naturally did not forget the first effect of the legendary tier essential prescriptions worth 1,000 gold for emergencies. After healing the injured, there was a high chance that they would comprehend more medical theories, increasing the probability of breaking through by 90%. What did a 90% breakthrough probability mean? This meant that as long as physician-related professionals did not reach the upper limit of his potential, he could break through his profession level almost without any bottlenecks after accumulating enough profession knowledge. Chapter 488 Reward of the Strongest Lord of All Races. 2. The essential prescriptions worth 1,000 gold for emergencies could originally allow physician-related professionals to have a high chance of comprehending more medical theories after healing their injuries. Coupled with the treasure effect 2 of the essential prescriptions worth 1,000 gold for emergencies, it could allow physician-related professionals who mastered the book to have a chance of receiving Sun Simiao's hint when they encountered difficult illnesses. Under such conditions, when the effects of the 3 treasures were stacked, it could be said that they had opened a path to all physician-related professionals. It could be said that physician-related professionals working in the Blazing Sun territory could easily reach the upper limit of their potential. Zhou Zhou felt that it was shocking just thinking about it. His Blazing Sun territory was simply a professional holy land for physician-related professionals. Physicians, clergymen, pharmacists, and even the clergymen of the Goddess of Life Shelter could feel the terrifying enhancement of the essential prescriptions worth 1,000 gold for emergencies on them in the Blazing Sun territory. Zhou Zhou could already feel it. In the future, a large number of high-level physician-related professionals would appear in his territory. The problem of the lack of high-level doctors in his territory could naturally be easily resolved in the future. Zhou Zhou was already considering introducing more doctor-related professionals to the outside world in the future. Only then could he maximize the effect of the legendary tier essential prescriptions worth 1,000 gold for emergencies. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, old son. The 2 of you can be said to have given me a new lease on life. Bai Yuejing will never forget it. If there's a chance, he'll definitely repay the lord and old son's kindness. Bai Yuejing said solemnly. Letting his doctor potential increase by 2 major realms was already equivalent to giving him a brand new future. He had to remember this kindness. Your subject Bai Yuejing's loyalty has increased to 100. He has become your dead loyal subject. A line of text suddenly appeared in front of Zhou Zhou. Zhou Zhou smiled when he saw this. If he spread this matter to the entire territory tomorrow, he should immediately have a large group of highly loyal or even dead loyal physician-related professional subjects. Thinking of this, Zhou Zhou immediately decided to publicize this matter. If he wanted to upgrade his Diamond Tier Peace and Prosperity Lord talent to the Extraordinary Tier Peaceful Times Lord talent, he needed 1 million subjects with loyalty of 90 points and above. Now, he could use this opportunity to increase the number of subjects he needed in this aspect. Sun Simiao and Bai Yuejing quickly thought of what Zhou Zhou thought of. After the 3 of them entered the house, they quickly could not help but talk about the future development of the territory's medical path. After chatting for a while, Zhou Zhou said that he wanted to leave. Sun Simiao and Bai Yuejing wanted to send him back, but Zhou Zhou rejected them. How could he not tell that these 2 medical peers had a lot to discuss and communicate? Zhou Zhou was naturally willing to fulfill his wish. After returning to the territory alone, Zhou Zhou continued to check the next rewards. The first was the title reward of the Strongest Lord. Title name, Strongest Lord, title quality, unique title of the race, permanent, title effect 1, when you fight any enemy faction, you will receive 200% additional strength increase and 99% additional damage reduction. Your subjects will receive 100% additional strength increase and 50% additional damage reduction. Title Effect 2, the suffix of your Lord Battlefield title will be added behind your title when you speak in the World Channel. You can take the initiative to turn it off or activate it. Title Effect 3, Supreme Blessing. When you and your subjects are extracting loots, the drop rate of your loots is increased by an additional 20%, and the number of loots you obtain is increased by an additional 30%. The unique type of loots cannot obtain this bonus. Title Description, a unique title of the race that can only be obtained by a lord after obtaining the highest rank within the race on the lord battlefield. The strongest lord of every race will be blessed by the supreme will. Prompt, as the drop rate of your loots has reached 100%, the drop rate of these loots has increased by 20%. The number of loots you have obtained has increased by an additional 50%. Zhou Zhou smiled. He had previously obtained the reward of the title of the strongest lord, however, that was only for a limited time. Now that it had become permanent, the benefits were naturally self-evident. Moreover, not only did it become permanent, its title effect had also increased greatly. The additional strength of the Lord with title effect 1 increased from 100% to 200%. The additional strength bonus of his subjects had also increased from 50% to 100%. In addition, the number of loots had increased from 20% to 50%. This was the greatest improvement for him, the king of loots. Then, he looked at the title reward of the strongest lord of all races. Title name, strongest lord of all races, title quality, supreme, permanent, title effect 1, you and your territory forces are famous in the myriad worlds. All the lord forces will know that you are the strongest lord in this myriad races lord battlefield event. Title effect 2, when you activate the diplomacy interface with a non-enemy lord faction, your diplomatic relations with the other party will automatically increase to respect. Activated after establishing the kingdom, title effect 3, favor of the supreme will, when you and your subjects are extracting loots, the number of loots you obtain will increase by an additional 100%, a unique type of loots cannot obtain this bonus. Title effect 4, when you speak in the world channel within the race, the suffix of your lord battlefield title will be added behind your title. You can take the initiative to turn it off or activate it. Title description, the supreme reward for the myriad races lord battlefield event can only be obtained by the strongest lord who performs the best in this event. It represents the favor of the supreme will and one of the supreme honors of the lords of all races. Zhou Zhou could not help but take a deep breath when he saw the title of the strongest lord of all races. As expected of the title of the strongest lord of all races. Not to mention anything else. Just the additional 100% increase in the number of loots was enough for him to benefit greatly. Moreover, it could be stacked with the enhancement of the title of the strongest lord. Which meant, now that he had killed a fog monster and began to retrieve the loots, he would be given another 150% of the loots in addition to the loots it would provide. Coupled with his king of loots, the effect directly exploded. As for the reputation bonuses provided by title effect 1 and 2, Zhou Zhou expressed that he was already numb. Since he could not refuse to become famous, then he would accept it calmly. Then, he looked at the reward of the strongest lord of all races. It was a golden gift box. Zhou Zhou looked at them. A text notification appeared. Treasure name, gift box of the race's divine artifact, treasure grade, special tier, treasure effect. After opening it, the Lord can obtain a complete racial divine artifact. Treasure description, the reward of the strongest lord of all races in the Lord battlefield. After opening it, you can obtain an extremely rare racial divine artifact. Zhou Zhou's eyes widened. A complete racial divine artifact. Zhou Zhou was immediately excited. Could it be at the same level as the sword of Xian Yuan? Then, he immediately opened it. A hexagonal 7-colored crystal appeared in front of him. Race Divine Artifact Name, Lucky Star, Equipment Grade, Unique Title of the Race, Binded, Race Divine Artifact Ability, Lucky. When all humans retrieve loots, the drop rate increases by 5%. When the Lucky Star holder retrieves loots, there is a chance of obtaining a special loots. This effect can only be triggered once a day. When Zhou Zhou saw this, his expectant expression immediately became complicated. Chapter 489 The Favor of the Supreme Will. Category of Race Divine Artifact. Zhou Zhou looked at this race divine artifact called the Lucky Star. It's useful, but it doesn't seem to be of much use to me. His expression was complicated. This Lucky Star had two effects. The first plus 5% drop rate was naturally useless to him, the king of lutes with a 100% drop rate. However, its influence covered the entire human race, increasing the drop rate by 5%. In terms of this, it would contribute greatly to the future of the entire human race. It was naturally deserving of being called a race divine artifact. The second effect was that the possessor of the lucky star could obtain an additional special lutes when extracting the lutes. Honestly, Zhou Zhou did not need this effect just from the introduction. He was the king of lutes and did not lack lutes in the least. Why would he need it to provide another lute? However, Zhou Zhou thought for a moment and decided to give it a try, seeing how special it was. Coincidentally, he had yet to use today's opportunity to retrieve the special lutes. He could use it to give it a try. Just as he stood up and wanted to go to the monster ranch to look for Mugu, he suddenly noticed that a large number of messages had come from his friend list. Someone he knew sent it, such as Linger, Nong Qing Lin, the Green Phoenix Lord, the Paper Immortal Lord, the Gold Merchant Lord. There were also people who he was not familiar with. Most of them were Lord friends that Zhou Zhou had added when he was purchasing goods and materials in the past. They usually did not dare to disturb Zhou Zhou, but now, they all sent messages. Zhou Zhou opened them one by one curiously. Thank you, Big Boss Blazing Sun. Big Boss Blazing Sun has obtained a race divine artifact again. The effect of this race divine artifact is awesome. I envy Big Boss Blazing Sun. The range of this lucky star actually affected the entire human race. Fuck. Then it has a huge meaning to the increase in the strength of the entire human race. Zhou Zhou understood just by reading the messages of the first few lords. It seemed that the drop rate enhancement given by the lucky star to all humans had already begun to appear. No wonder so many lords suddenly sent him messages to thank him. He looked at the messages from Linger and the others and realized that they were also talking about the lucky star. Their questions were similar to the other lords. He opened the World Channel and the Alliance Group chat of the Star Alliance and realized that these lords were also discussing the lucky star. It could be seen from the many comments that everyone was quite satisfied with the 5% drop rate provided by the lucky star. Some of the lords who found it too little were quickly drowned out by the comments of the other lords. Some of the lords who found it too little were quickly drowned out by the comments of the other lords. However, Zhou Zhou had obtained these two race divine artifacts with his own ability. No matter how much they were to be green with envy, they could not come up with any reason why they felt that the Lord of the Blazing Sun was not worthy. In addition, from the words of these lords, Zhou Zhou also saw the details of the Lucky Star bonus buff they had obtained. Light of the Lucky Star, when you and your human subjects retrieve loots, the drop rate will increase by an additional 5%. Race Divine Artifact Hint, the Lucky Star of the race has been born and is controlled by the Lord of the Blazing Sun. This is one of the abilities of the race's divine artifact. Zhou Zhou nodded. Then, he pondered when he saw the words at the back. Special loots. What is considered a special loot? Does the dragon egg of the light sacred dragon count? Does the Lord Talent Crystal Fragment, Lord Talent Sphere, and Scarlet Lord Talent Sphere count? Thinking of this, Zhou Zhou vaguely felt that it should be the case. However, in order to prevent himself from guessing wrongly, Zhou Zhou still tried to ask the Supreme Will. Soon, the Supreme Will sent him a message and told him that his guess was right. Special loots like the Light Sacred Dragon's Dragon Egg, the Lord Talent Crystal Fragment, and the Lord Talent Sphere could be considered special loots. Naturally, they were not within the influence of the light of the Lucky Star. Zhou Zhou was a little puzzled after thanking the Supreme Will verbally. When has the Supreme Will been so good? Not only did it explain everything, he was also told the range of the normal loots. In the past, the Supreme Will would have replied with a yes and be done with. Could it be? Zhou Zhou suddenly thought of something and opened the title effect of the strongest lord of all races. His gaze landed on the words, Favor of the Supreme Will, Title Effect 3. The favor of the Supreme Will, could it be because of this? Is that why the Supreme will explain everything? Zhou Zhou pondered. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that he might be right. A smile appeared on Zhou Zhou's face. If that was the case, he had to perform well in the future and make the Supreme will have a better impression of him. At this moment, he suddenly saw the Green Phoenix Lord say that she wanted to see what the lucky star looked like in the Alliance group. Zhou Zhou was not stingy. He took a photo of the lucky star and sent it to the Alliance group chat. However, he did not share the lucky star's attributes. But even so, when the photo of the lucky star was sent to the Alliance group, the lords of the Alliance group instantly exploded and discussed enthusiastically when they saw the appearance of the lucky star. Wow, is this the lucky star? It looks so good, like a gem. No, it's even better than a gem. Tisk tsk, this color is simply the same as the mythical tier legendary heaven mending stone. The appearance of the race's divine artifact is so good. Why did the racial divine artifact last time be an incomplete sword of Xian Yuan? Why has it been changed to a lucky star that I've never heard of before? I have the same doubts, but I can't be bothered to think about them. Zhou Zhou also saw the Lord's doubts. Therefore, he asked the Supreme Will. If there were privileges, it would be a waste not to use them. This time, the Supreme Will also gave him a hint. Supreme Will Notification 1, there are many classification methods for race divine artifacts. One of them can be divided into exclusive race divine artifacts and public race divine artifacts. Supreme Will Notification 2, your Sword of Xian Yuan, Agriculture Husbandry Sword is one of the branches of the exclusive race divine artifact, the Sword of Xian Yuan. It has evolved from the history of the human race on the Cerulean planet and gathers the faith of the human civilization on your Cerulean planet. It often has a huge enhancement effect on the human race on the Cerulean planet. However, the people of foreign races can't enjoy the enhancement of this race divine artifact. Supreme Will Notification 2, a public type race divine artifact is condensed from the power of faith of the life forms of all races. Under normal circumstances, even though its race enhancement bonus is not as powerful as the enhancement of an exclusive race divine artifact, its race enhancement bonus can work on life forms of any race and is not affected by a single race. After binding to its master, it will immediately give a race enhancement bonus to the race the binding person belongs to. Supreme Will Notification 3, all life forms who possess public type divine artifacts of the race in the past will be crazily intercepted and killed by other people of foreign race lords. When the owner of the divine artifact of the race dies, the divine artifact left behind will automatically be unbound until it welcomes a new owner. It is also because of this that the appearance of every divine artifact of the race will welcome a cruel battle at the level of the race. Chapter 490 Special Loots, Violent Storm Lord Puppet. When Zhou Zhou saw the first two Supreme Will notifications, he realized that there was a difference between a race divine artifact and a public race divine artifact. The former could only be used on a single race. The latter could be used on all races. When he saw the third Supreme Will notification, his expression immediately changed slightly and he frowned. The lucky star might cause a cruel battle at the race level. His expression became serious. Thinking of the effect of a public race divine artifact, the hint of the Supreme Will might not be an alarmist. He thought for a while before his frown gradually relaxed. Now, he was a lord of all races and was protected by the Supreme Agreement. Under the Supreme Agreement, kingdom level and lord factions above the kingdom level could not take the initiative to attack his territory. The other party could only counterattack if he took the initiative to start a war. Zhou Zhou was not stupid. He naturally would not start a war with an enemy that far exceeded the strength of his faction. Few lord factions below the kingdom level could defeat Zhou Zhou. In that case, the lucky star, a divine artifact of the race, would not bring him much danger for the time being. He felt a little relieved. Then, he looked at the lucky star in his hand and decided to test its special loot's effect. He would do it if he wanted to. Zhou Zhou took the lucky star and walked out of the beginner-grade Lord's paradise. He came to the monster ranch and called Mu Gu over through telepathy. "Greetings, my lord," Mu Gu said respectfully when he arrived in front of Zhou Zhou. Zhou Zhou nodded. He looked at the empty monster ranch in front of him and asked casually, "You're going to start making ranch monsters later, right?" "Yes, my lord." Zhou Zhou nodded. His gaze swept across the 34 fog monsters stored in the 34 monster ranches. In the end, his gaze fell on the Sandman. The 3 monster ranches occupied by the Sandman monsters can be exchanged for the red-eyed blood wasps. Zhou Zhou said. The Sandman was the fog monster that produced the green bronze tier construction material, the light-drawing crystal. Previously, the city wall of Blazing Sun City had relied on this construction material to have a good white-silver tier defense. However, now that his city wall had been replaced with the supreme defense, he naturally did not need this light-drawing crystal and the Sandman who produced it. However, even though he did not need them anymore, Zhou Zhou would not kill all the Sandmen. Instead, he would leave a portion of them as the backup monster resource bank of the monster ranch. This way, when he suddenly needed the previous monster resources one day, he would not have no choice but to mobilize them from the backup monster resource vault. As for the red-eyed blood wasps that replaced the Sandman, it was because they could produce blood honey king cake, blood honey royal cake, and other loots that could restore youth or even lifespan. Zhao Changshou, Zheng Yuanqi, and the other old people in the territory relied on it to return to their youth and lifespan. Previously, Zhou Zhou liked combat-type ranch monsters, so he did not let the red-eyed blood wasps into the monster ranch. Now that there were more monster ranches, there were a total of 34. The Sandman was taken off the shelves again. Then he could let the red-eyed blood wasps replace the Sandman. Now, there were many talented but old people like Zheng Yuanqi, Zhao Changshou, Wu Xian, and Bai Yuejing who were about to die in his territory. They were like this. Even if they were loyal to the territory and wanted to be loyal for the rest of their lives, they were actually already powerless at work because of their age. In the future, when his red-eyed blood wasps produced a large amount of blood honey royal cake, and even blood honey royal cake in the monster ranch that could restore their youth and lifespan, these old people would welcome their second spring. They would no longer have to worry about their old bodies and exhausted lifespan. This way, they could work better for the territory. Both sides were happy. "Yes, my lord," Mu Gu said respectfully. "Also, Mu Gu, condense a lord-level violent storm demon spirit for me first. It shouldn't be a problem, right?" Zhou Zhou looked at him and said. "No problem. However, Lord, you need to wait for a while. About 10 minutes. Mu Gu said. "Okay." Zhou Zhou agreed readily. It was only 10 minutes. It passed quickly. Mu Gu nodded when he saw this. Then, he turned around and walked to the monster ranch of the Violent Storm Demon Spirit and began to create the Lord-tier Violent Storm Demon Spirit. 10 minutes later, a white platinum-tier intermediate-grade Violent Storm Demon Spirit was created. Zhou Zhou looked at the elemental demon spirit controlling the 2 elemental elements, wind and thunder. A text notification appeared. Monster name, Violent Storm Demon Spirit Lord, Strength level, White Platinum tier intermediate grade, Monster description, a fog monster lord created by the monster patriarch, Mu Gu. It has mastered 2 elemental abilities, wind and lightning. It is easily angered and is extremely aggressive. Loot's drop rate, 30 white platinum tier mist cores, drop rate, 100%, 50 wind element gems, drop rate, 25%, 50 thunder element gems, drop rate, 25%, 1 white platinum tier intermediate grade skill book, Death Storm, drop rate, 15%, 1 gradeless violent storm spirit class change certificate, drop rate, 6%. 1 white platinum tier intermediate grade Violent Storm Spirit recruitment books, drop rate, 6%. 1 true faith tier Scarlet Crystal, drop rate, 3%. Zhou looked at the other party's loots in wonder. This guy's drop rate had clearly increased greatly. Especially the two loots, the class change certificate and the recruitment books. Previously, its initial drop rate was 1%. It had directly increased to 6%. It had increased by a full 5%. This should be the effect of the race's divine artifact, the light of the lucky star. Then, he stopped thinking and used a diamond tier chaotic blade chi to deal with the violent storm demon spirit lord in front of him. Then, he placed his hand on the other party's fallen elemental body. A text notification appeared. Do you want to retrieve the loot? Do you want to use the race divine artifact, lucky star to retrieve a special loots? Extract. Extract them all. Zhou immediately said. Lord Talent notification, your loots have been enhanced by the King of Loots, perfect loots. Grade +1. Title hint, your loots have been affected by the titles Strongest Lord and Strongest Lord of all races. The number of loots has increased by 150%. Lord Talent notification, you have obtained perfect loots, 75 mist cores, diamond tier, 125 wind element gems, 125 thunder element gems, 3 death storm skill books, diamond tier intermediate grade, 3 violent storm spirit class change certificates, gradeless, 3 violent storm spirit recruitment books, diamond tier intermediate grade, 1 scarlet crystals, true faith tier. Lucky star hint, you have obtained a special loots, violent storm lord puppet, diamond tier intermediate grade. Chapter 491 Loot Summary. Diamond tier advanced grade. Zhou looked at the loot's notification in front of him and smiled. 150% of the additional loots dropped was awesome. In the future, the soldier-type recruitment books he obtained from the Monster Ranch would greatly increase because of the 150% additional loots. Then, he looked at the special loots he had obtained this time. It was a palm-sized puppet. It looked like the violent storm demon spirit lord. A text notification appeared. Treasure name, Violent Storm Demon Spirit Lord Puppet, Treasure Grade, Diamond Tier Intermediate Grade, Treasure Effect. After the blood recognition, you can obtain the loyalty of a Violent Storm Demon Spirit Lord with Diamond Tier Intermediate Grade Strength. This Violent Storm Demon Spirit Lord had talents, Wind and Thunder Demon Body, Talent, Elemental Body, Kingdom Level Battle Skill, Death Storm, Diamond Tier Intermediate Grade, Controlling Wind Spirit, Diamond Tier Intermediate Grade, Controlling Thunder Spirit, Diamond Tier Intermediate Grade, Wind Whisperer, Diamond Tier Intermediate Grade, Instant Thunder, Extraordinary Tier Physics Damage Immunity, 80% Awakening, Diamond Tier Elemental Damage Immunity, 100% Awakening, and other abilities. Not only is it powerful and loyal to its master, it will automatically recover to the form of a puppet when more than half of its body is destroyed. At the same time, it will begin to absorb elemental energy to heal itself until it completely recovers and can fight again. Current maximum number of self-repairs of the Violent Storm Demon Spirit Lord Puppet, 10/10. Prompt, with the enhancement of your scavenger talent, the current maximum number of self-repairs of the Violent Storm Demon Spirit Lord Puppet has increased to 2020. Treasure description, it was dropped by a Violent Storm Demon Spirit Lord after its death. It was condensed under a magical power. It's a good protective treasure. Not a bad protective treasure. Zhou clicked his tongue in wonder. Then, he put it into his spatial ring. Now that he was already at the Diamond Tier Intermediate Grade, with a series of skills and treasures, he could even defeat Extraordinary Tier experts. Naturally, he did not need a Diamond Tier Intermediate Grade bodyguard to be his burden. He would give it to Linger or Xiao Xian later. The two of them should need this. Zhou thought. If I kill another Violent Storm Demon Spirit Lord tomorrow, will I get the same spoils of war? He muttered. It was a pity that the lucky star had used up all its usages today. He could no longer verify his thoughts. He'll have to worry about that next time. At this moment, Bai Yun walked over quickly from afar and arrived in front of Zhou Zhou. "I've something to report, my lord. All the soldiers have passed the triumphal arch, and their strength has been promoted again. In addition, the lords of the Star Alliance have brought 20% of their Insight defection soldiers to us. I've already integrated them into the monster army. This is the list of spoils of war and the soldiers' strength." Bai Yun said respectfully and handed the two lists to Zhou Zhou at the same time. Zhou Zhou took it and looked at them. Today, they had eliminated a total of 3,873 Lord factions and more than 525/22. 73 million enemies of the people of foreign races. With the enhancement of the King of Loots and the title of the strongest Lord, he obtained a total of loots, 126 green bronze tier territory tokens. 43 white silver tier territory tokens. 15 yellow gold tier territory tokens. 4 white platinum tier territory tokens. 96 diamond tier mist cores, 201,250 white platinum tier mist cores, 20,279,950 yellow gold tier mist cores, 51,501,700 white silver tier mist cores, and 80,547,780 green bronze tier mist cores. 40,121,100 skill books and 62,000,7160 equipment. Basic materials, 18. 592 billion units. 27,885 green bronze tier Lord Talent crystal fragments. 6 mythical tier unique Lord Talent crystal fragments. This was the list of loots. Zhou Zhou was looking at the soldiers' promotion list. After the Lords of the Star Alliance sent over 20% of the Insight defections troops, which was 832,322 monster soldiers, Zhou Zhou's current troops officially broke through to 2,457,903. In today's final battlefield, a total of 1,811,541 soldiers had broken through. After that, he went through the triumphal arch again, and the number of soldiers who broke through directly reached 1,001,360. They were just short of 300,000 soldiers to reach the level of everyone's advancement. Among the soldiers under his command, there were 451,098 black iron tier soldiers, 481,574 green bronze tier soldiers, 505,200 white silver tier soldiers, 427,354 yellow gold tier soldiers, 351,176 white platinum tier soldiers, 237,960 diamond tier soldiers, 3,541 extraordinary tier soldiers. In the end, Wuxia had broken through to the extraordinary tier advanced grade. Bai Yun had broken through to diamond tier elementary grade. Nazario had broken through to diamond tier elementary grade. Soul Reaper Maris had broken through to diamond tier elementary grade. Spectral Dragon Auguste had broken through to white platinum tier advanced grade. Feng Luo had broken through to extraordinary tier intermediate grade. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. Today, they had gained a lot from the final battlefield. In particular, he obtained more than 27,000 Lord Talent crystals. If this was the real world, there would not be so many hostile lords of the people of foreign races that he could kill like this. Unfortunately, the final battlefield will be closed from tomorrow onwards. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to worry about the lack of Lord Talent crystal fragments. Zhou Zhou felt that it was a pity. Then, he suddenly thought of something and looked at the myriad races Lord battlefield. In the end, he accidentally discovered that this activity option still existed. It only showed that it was under maintenance. Maintenance? Zhou Zhou was stunned. Maintaining what? Couldn't he just remove it? Could it be the Supreme will wanted to change this event and leave it behind? Zhou Zhou suddenly thought of this possibility. It seemed that, it was not impossible. If this function did not affect reality, staying behind to entertain or train the army's combat ability was not bad after all. He did not think too much about it. Instead, he set up a transaction at the marketplace. Then, he took out 30 million skill books and 50 million equipment from these loots and placed them in this transaction. Finally, the release was confirmed. Soon, the lords of Cerulean Planet discovered this transaction and quickly pushed it to the top of the transaction browsing list. As for the lords' reactions and other matters, Zhou Zhou did not care. He only hoped that these skill books and equipment could be sold for a good price. My lord. Gold Merchant Lord and the rest brought over 200 different types of fog monsters today. Do you want to take a look? When Bai Yun saw that her lord seemed to have settled his own matters, she spoke respectfully. Tell them to wait a moment, they'll be there soon. After which, Zhou Zhou came to the triumphal arch and walked through it without hesitation. Boom! A surging but gentle energy was immediately born out of thin air in his heart. Then, it surged to various parts of his body, strengthening his body and soul. After a while, Zhou Zhou recovered from the feeling of breaking through. He sensed the situation in his body and smiled. Diamond Tier Advance Grade. He had finally exhausted the medicinal power of the Calamity Crossing Spirit Pill. In the future, he would have to recover to that slow advancement speed. Zhou Zhou still felt a little melancholic. He was really not used to suddenly changing back after experiencing the feeling of leveling up quickly. However, he quickly adjusted his mood and walked quickly towards the alliance members with Bai Yun. Chapter 492 Special Soldier Type, King of Yellow Gold. In an empty space in Blazing Sun City. Linger, known Qinglin, Green Phoenix Lord, Gold Merchant Lord, Paper Immortal Lord, and 312 other alliance masters were gathered here. Not far away from them, there were more than 200 cages containing more than 200 fog monsters of different races. At this moment, his lordship is here. I wonder if the monster I brought this time will be chosen by the Lord. The fog monster I brought will definitely be chosen by the Lord. I won't be polite with the reward this time. You're that confident? Just a little, everyone chatted and laughed. Soon, Zhou Zhou came in front of everyone. Greetings, Alliance Master, X312. No one knew who started it first, but everyone shouted in unison. Then, he chuckled. Good evening, everyone. Sorry to keep you waiting. I got caught up in something just now. This little bit of time is nothing. That's right. The Myriad Races Lord Battlefield event has just ended. We don't have anything else now, but we have a lot of time. You're too kind, Alliance Master. My lord, we've brought all the fog monsters you wanted. Are you satisfied with them? Zhou Zhou smiled when he saw this. Then, his gaze landed on the 200-odd fog monsters. To be precise, there were 213 fog monsters. He did not waste anyone's time and walked over to take a look. The first monster was a robust creature with black and purple patterns all over its body. It also had 2 pairs of purple eyes. Monster name, Purple-Eyed Demon Leopard, Strength Level, White Silver Tier Intermediate Grade, Monster Description, a fog monster in the wilderness plains. It is good at hiding and hunting. It is extremely fast and has night vision. It also has spirit-type abilities. It is a merciless hunter at night. Loot's drop rate, for White Silver Tier Mist Cores, drop rate, 100%, 1 Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade Skill Book, Eye of the Night, 1 White Silver Tier Intermediate Grade Skill Book, Purple Shadow Pursuit, drop rate, 8%, 1 White Silver Tier Intermediate Grade Skill Book, Purple Eye of Enchantment, drop rate, 7%, 1 True Faith Tier Scarlet Crystals, drop rate, 1%. Zhou Zhou killed it and looked at the specific information of the loots. In the end, he shook his head. The skills of this purple-eyed demon leopard were not bad, but they were too normal and did not have any special characteristics. They did not meet the standards to be reared in the monster ranches. The Eye of the Night could barely be considered a special ability. As his soldiers gradually increased their strength, they would naturally master this night vision ability. There was no need to master this additional skill at all. In addition, through the spoils of war of the purple-eyed demon leopard, he was certain of one thing. The scarlet crystals were not within the amplification range of the spoils of war of the strongest lords and the strongest lords of the myriad races. Otherwise, it would be 3 pious tier scarlet crystals instead of 1. He shook his head inwardly and looked at the next fog monster. As time passed, fog monsters were killed one after another by Zhou Zhou. He could not help but sigh inwardly. It was not easy to obtain good spoils of war even if he had the talent of the King of Lutes. On the other side, Lord Nong Qinglin and the other alliance masters were also looking at their alliance master's attitude expectantly. When they saw Zhou Zhou pass through the fog monster they had brought, they could not help but look disappointed. If the fog monsters they brought could be chosen by the Lord, he would be happy. In addition, he would be able to obtain 1,000 Violent Storm Spirit class change certificates and 1,000 other soldier type class change certificates. There was no need to mention the former. The latter was 1,000 kingdom level soldier type class change certificates and many other types of soldier type class change certificates. Who wouldn't want it? However, the Lord's standards were indeed high. After such a long time, he actually did not choose any of them. Mine should be chosen, right? In the crowd, an ordinary-looking female lord thought nervously. She was quite confident before she came. She even had the courage to tell others that the fog monster she brought would definitely be chosen by the Lord. But now, she gradually started panicking when the Lord was going through the monsters without stopping. His lordship even has a kingdom-level soldier type. Perhaps he really wouldn't like the fog monster I brought. She heard people discussing the Violent Storm Spirit class change certificate in low voices. She thought about the loot she had obtained from the fog monster and felt a little disappointed. Half an hour later, Zhou Zhou stood in front of the 113th fog monster's spoils of war. After reading its spoils of war, he was just as disappointed. He walked to the next fog monster expressionlessly. It was a soldier wearing a yellow gold tier armor. Its feet were off the ground as it floated in the air. It held a yellow gold tier sword and a yellow gold tier shield, and there were 9 yellow gold tier spears on its back. It looked impressive and luxurious. Zhou Zhou looked at it. A text message appeared. Monster name, King of Yellow Gold, Strength Level, Yellow Gold Tier Advanced Grade, Monster Description, a fog monster from the Lost Golden City. It is a special soldier type of the Fallen Golden Kingdom, a branch of the Sword Shield Soldiers. The King of Yellow Gold has extremely high defense, attack power, and low-altitude flying ability. Moreover, their Golden Mystic Armor has an extremely high absorption effect on soul attacks and elemental attacks. At the peak of the Golden Kingdom, the Golden Army formed by the King of Yellow Gold was their most famous army. Loot drop rate, 8 yellow gold tier mist cores, drop rate, 100%, 100 unit of yellow gold, drop rate, 20% 0, 5%, 1 yellow gold tier advanced grade skill book 9 spears flying strike, drop rate, 20%, 1 yellow gold tier advanced grade 1 of the yellow gold secret armor series equipment, drop rate, 15%, 1 yellow gold tier advanced grade yellow gold secret armor manufacturing blueprint, drop rate, 6%, 1 shallow faith tier scarlet crystal, drop rate, 1%, 1 gradeless. King of Yellow Gold class change certificate, drop rate, 0, 1%, 1 yellow gold tier advanced grade King of Yellow Gold recruitment books, drop rate, 0, 1%, Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows. A smile finally appeared on his face. There was actually a special soldier type drop. Moreover, it was an advanced branch soldier type of the Sword Shield Soldier. If he were to rear it in the monster ranch, wouldn't he be able to obtain an endless stream of King of Yellow Gold soldiers in the future? Moreover, he could also use the King of Yellow Gold class change certificate to advance all the basic soldier types in his army sword shield soldiers to special grade soldier types, the King of Yellow Gold. The advanced grade of a special soldier type was a kingdom level soldier type. Even though they could not compare to soldiers like the violent storm spirit, their combat strength definitely far exceeded that of ordinary sword shield soldiers. There were hundreds of thousands of sword shield soldiers in his Blazing Sun army. It would definitely greatly increase the combat strength of his Blazing Sun army if he could promote them all to King of Yellow Gold. Chapter 493 The Second Holy Spirit Tier Scarlet Crystals. Meeting the higher UPS. Then, Zhou killed it and extracted the loots. Zhou realized that the other loots did not change much, but the level increased by 1, and the amount increased by 150%. Only the yellow gold tier's quality had actually increased by 1 and turned into raw gold. Raw gold. This is an extraordinary tier material. Its value is comparable to the life and death elemental gems. Zhou had the heritage of the dragon race in his mind, so he naturally knew the value of this raw gold. He could not help but be happy. Then, he picked up the King of Yellow Gold class change certificate and King of Yellow Gold recruitment books. A text notification appeared. Item name, King of Yellow Gold class change certificate, item level, gradeless, item effect, special soldier type class change item. After using it, you can become a special soldier type class King of Yellow Gold. You will also have a set of low-level black iron equipment, 100 kilograms of gold, 20 years of combat experience as a Gold King, and initial strength as a low-level black iron. Item description, special class change certificate. It comes from the Lost Golden Kingdom. It can allow ordinary people without any strength to step onto the extraordinary tier path of military professionals. Item name, King of Yellow Gold recruitment book, item level, white platinum tier advanced grade, item effect, special soldier type recruitment books. Throw them into the gate of summoning. You can summon a white platinum tier advanced grade black iron tier elementary grade King of Yellow Gold to become your subject. Item description, one of the sources of the Myriad Realm Lord's forces. Only the lucky among the lords can obtain it. Good God! They are giving a 100 kilograms of yellow gold tier for the job change. Zhou sighed. If news of this were to spread on the Cerulean planet or Earth, it would cause many people to go crazy. However, in the High Continent, the main currency used by all life forms was the mist cores. In their eyes, raw yellow gold was just a relatively rare mineral. He silently memorized the name of the King of Yellow Gold and continued to look at the fog monster behind him. However, he did not know if it was because he had used up all his luck, but the next dozens of monsters did not give him any spoils of war that he liked. Until he saw the last fog monster. This was an ordinary wolf monster. Monster name, Bloodfang Wild Wolf. Strength level, black iron tier advanced grade, monster description, a mist monster from the barren grass mountains. It likes to eat the flesh of living creatures and often hunts in groups. Its blood teeth are extremely sharp and can be sold to traveling vendors in exchange for some mist cores. Loot's drop rate, 8 black iron tier mist cores, drop rate, 100%, 3 units of blood teeth, drop rate, 30%, 1 black iron tier advanced grade equipment blood teeth necklace, drop rate, 20%, 1 fanatic tier scarlet crystals, drop rate, 1%, Zhou's eyes widened when he saw the last loot. Fanatic tier scarlet crystals. Wouldn't it be another Holy Spirit tier faith divine crystal after extracting and purifying it? Zhou never expected this. Today, they had killed more than 20 million enemies, but they had not obtained a single fanatic tier scarlet crystals. Now, there was one from the more than 200 fog monsters. Without hesitation, Zhou killed it and obtained the Holy Spirit tier scarlet crystals. He looked at the Holy Spirit tier scarlet crystals in his hand and smiled. He would have 2 Holy Spirit tier faith divine crystals after he purified it. He found another one. He would be able to repay the debt from the Night Temple. At this moment, all the fog monsters had been seen. Zhou Zhou called Gnome Qinglin over. Who brought this king of yellow gold and the blood fawn wild wolf here? Zhou Zhou asked. Reporting to my lord, the king of yellow gold was brought over by a lord member called Lord Lan Xian. As for this blood fawn wild wolf, it was brought over by a lord named the Flower Harvester Lord. Gnome Qinglin took out a copy and glanced at it before replying immediately. In a while, bring the 2 of them to collect 1,000 copies of the Violent Storm Spirit Class Change Certificate. Also, collect 1,000 copies of the other Basic Military Profession Change Certificate. Zhou Zhou said. Yes, my lord. Gnome Qinglin said respectfully. He was a little envious of these 2 lords. In his impression, these 2 lords were extremely inconspicuous lords in the Star Alliance. They were lucky today. The fog monster they brought with them actually obtained the lord's favor. He sighed in his heart. But he didn't think too much about it. Luck. No matter how envious he was, there was nothing he could do about it. He wasted no time. He immediately went to the team of lords and called Lord Lan Xian and Lord Flower Harvester over. Then, he told them what had happened. Both of them were female lords. After being called over, they were pleasantly surprised to know that the fog monster they had brought had been chosen by Zhou Zhou. Lord Lan Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, my lord chose the fog monster I brought. The bragging has come true. A bright smile appeared on her face. Then, under Gnome Qinglin's lead, she went to collect the reward with Lord Flower Harvester. Zhou Zhou did not leave either. Instead, he had a feast with all the lords and held a simple meeting with the lords and generals. The meeting mainly discussed the 3 days of rest and the activities of the King of 10,000 Kings after that. However, since the Supreme Will did not reveal much information about the activities of the King of 10,000 Kings, no one discussed much. In the end, the result of the final meeting was that everyone agreed to develop their territory's forces well in these 3 days. They would try their best to increase the strength of their territory before the King of 10,000 Kings event began so that they could better face this event. Most of them had the Lord talent of insight defection. In addition, they had gained a lot in the past 3 days. The strength of many lords' territories had increased by more than 10 times. Therefore, they were confident that their territory's strength would increase further in these 3 days. Then, everyone did not stay any longer and returned to their respective territories. Zhou Zhou also returned to his beginner-grade lord's paradise. In the end, as soon as he returned, he received a piece of news. Temple Lord White River of the Night Temple invited him to the Night Temple for a chat. After Zhou Zhou found out, he did not waste any time and followed the soldier to the Night Temple. Night Temple. Zhou Zhou had just arrived when he saw Bai He and his disciple Rob Allen waiting for him at the door. Around them stood more than 20 humans who emitted shocking auras and pressure. Among these people, Zhou Zhou had seen some in the Night Temple, while others had not. Even though some people had never seen it before, Zhou Zhou knew that they were definitely the upper echelons of the Night Temple, or even the upper echelons of the human race just from the aura they emitted. Zhou Zhou retracted the smile on his face and became serious. He walked up to Bai He. "Greetings, Bai He." "Greetings, seniors." Zhou Zhou bowed politely to the human experts. "Good. As expected of our human lord. We've already heard about your performance on the battlefield of the lords of the myriad races. You've really brought honor to our human race. Young man, you're quite good-looking. You actually have the appearance of a celestial. Young friend, there's a female junior in my clan who has peerless beauty. Why don't you meet her when you have time?" The moment Zhou Zhou spoke, countless upper echelons of the human race responded. Rob Allen, who was standing beside Bai He, was obviously envious of Zhou Zhou. Chapter 494 God-Tier Banquet. This guy, he had clearly just arrived in the High Continent not long ago, but he had already caused so much trouble. Rob couldn't help but click his tongue when he thought about what he had done during this period of time. He had become the strongest novice lord of the human race on Cerulean planet, revived a human hero, and ascended to the myriad races Lord Battlefield's mythical tier rank. Now, he had even become the strongest lord of the myriad races. He had even obtained a race divine artifact, the Lucky Star, which benefited the entire human race. The current Zhou Zhou, it was not an exaggeration to say that it was beneficial to the entire human race. This was also the reason why so many higher-ups of the Night Temple and the human race came to see each other. They were even willing to take care of each other and rope them in. They owed him a huge favor. What was he doing at his age? He had just been accepted as a disciple by his teacher and was still obediently practicing combat techniques under his teacher. Even though being accepted as a disciple by the legendary king of Abyssal Knights was already a great opportunity in the eyes of many humans and even people of foreign races, it was nothing compared to the Lord of the Blazing Sun in front of him. Rob Allen thought of Bai He's lament to the Lord of the Blazing Sun. He's the number one among the younger generation of the myriad races. Don't stand here. Let's talk inside. Bai He smiled. Everyone nodded and entered the Night Temple together. Then, they arrived at a large banquet hall. Dozens of luxurious tables were placed in the hall, filled with all kinds of delicacies that Zhou Zhou had never heard of. A fragrance of various flavors assaulted his senses. Zhou Zhou took a whiff and actually felt that the energy in his body, which had just advanced to Diamond Tier Advanced Grade, had increased slightly again. It was about 0.1%. He could not help but click his tongue. He was a lord, advancing required a huge amount of promotion energy to begin with. He did not expect that the promotion energy in his body would increase by 0.1% just by taking a whiff of the fragrance of the food. If it were anyone else, that person had probably already increased its promotion energy by about 20%. His gaze inadvertently fell on a plate of dishes. A text notification appeared. Dish name, Extreme Spirit Gold Meat, Dishes Grade, Low-Level Deity Elementary Grade, Dish Description, a divine grade delicacy made from 3-colored jade leaves, bright deer skin, realm essence water, and other god-tier ingredients. It's very delicious and unforgettable to life forms. It can also regulate the body and increase the upper limit of lifespan by 50 to 100 years. Zhou Zhou's eyes widened. Oh my fucking god. I only took a casual look and it was actually a low-tier deity-level dish. Moreover, it had the effect of increasing the upper limit of one's lifespan. He couldn't help but look at the other dishes. The more he looked at it, the more shocked he became. This was because he discovered that the grades of the other dishes were not lower than low-tier deity level. The lowest was a low-tier deity level elementary grade dish, and the highest was a true god-tier elementary grade dish called the Heavenly Origin Treasured Dragon Fish. It was located in the middle of all the dishes. Shit. He had learned something new. So this was a banquet for the upper echelons? Zhou Zhou was dumbfounded. He could not help but take a deep breath and tell himself not to show his fear. Only then did he reluctantly retract his gaze and look at the others. Only then did he realize that even though these people were a little surprised by the way they looked at the dishes, they were not too affected. Obviously, even though the quality of these dishes was high, it did not shock them. They were all real big shots. Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue even more. The weakest of these upper echelons of the human race were probably god-tier existences. Otherwise, why would they look at these dishes so calmly? He had really been valued by some impressive people. After that, everyone took their seats. Zhou Zhou was arranged to sit on by his left. As Zhou Zhou sat there, he looked at the smiles of the big shots in front of him. No matter how strong his mental fortitude was, he could not help but feel a little nervous. One had to know that as the temple lord of the Night Temple and the initiator of this banquet, he was seated at the main seat of the banquet. And now, he was actually sitting next to he. How much higher was he going to elevate him? However, looking at the expressions of the human big shots, they did not seem to have any objections to his position. Instead, they smiled very kindly, as if they were looking at their juniors. Did they really think that they were looking at a junior? Or were they just acting on the surface but thinking otherwise on the inside? Zhou's mind raced. Let the banquet begin. At this moment, he chuckled. Everyone responded with a smile. Seeing this scene, Zhou stopped thinking and looked at the god-tier dishes in front of him. Who cares? These dishes were all god-tier dishes. They were rare top-grade dishes and had many beneficial effects on him. He had to eat to his fill. He picked up the cutlery and began to eat without any more hesitation. However, even though he had made up his mind to eat his fill, he did not want to appear like a hungry ghost. On the surface, he ate in accordance with table etiquette. However, if one observed carefully, they would realize that his chopsticks had never stopped. This made the human big shot, who had originally wanted to come over to chat, temporarily give up on the idea of coming over. Anyway, he was not in a hurry. After a while, everyone was almost done eating and their gazes fell on Zhou. Seeing this, Zhou was too embarrassed to continue eating. He put down his chopsticks regretfully. Lord of the Blazing Sun. A handsome young man said with an ancient voice, "Thank you for bringing the lucky star to our human race so that everyone can enjoy the blessing of the lucky star. This is Xian Yuani, the second patriarch of our human race. He's also the second speaker of our human race's Supreme Council and the strongest martial immortal of the human race. Don't be deceived by his appearance. He has the ability to retain his youth and has cultivated the immortality scripture. In fact, he is almost 20,000 years old." Zhou suddenly heard Baihe's voice in his mind just as he was wondering who this young man was. He could not help but be shocked. Good God! It turned out that this was a big shot who was good at retaining his youth. As a member of the human race, it's my honor to contribute to the human race. Zhou stood up and said with a smile. Regardless of whether this was true or not. At the very least, all the human big shots present smiled when they heard this. A gratified smile also appeared on Xian Yuani's face. He nodded. It's really rare for you to have this opportunity and have this intention. As expected of a genius of our human race. You deserve it. After saying that, his expression gradually became serious. However, do you know the importance of this kind of divine artifact condensed from the faith of the life forms of all races? I know a little. It does not only work on humans, it can also work on living beings of other races. Zhou said. Maybe these human big shots wanted me to hand over the lucky star and let them keep it. This thought suddenly appeared in his mind. Even though the smile on his face did not change, he had a bad feeling. At this moment, the other human big shots were also looking at Xian Yuani with different expressions. It was unknown what they were thinking. Chapter 495 Holy Light Physician King, Ling Ro. Xian Yuani looked at Zhou and nodded. A race divine artifact like the lucky star can almost determine the rise and fall of a race. Moreover, because it can support the entire race, it's definitely impossible to keep it a secret and hide this race divine artifact. It won't be long before you and your lucky star are known to all races. The races here don't only include the Lord of all races. There are also the civilizations behind the lords of the 10,000 races who aren't participating in the Lord of all races competition but are paying attention to this competition. Therefore, after you obtain it, you must be even more careful in the future and keep this race divine artifact well. Xian Yuani reminded. The 5% drop rate bonus did not seem high. However, it was also enough to increase the drop rate by 5 times for some extremely rare spoils of war, such as the 1% drop rate. With this 5% drop rate, many extremely rare spoils of war would easily drop. In addition, its enhancement range was the entire human race. It could be said that with this lucky star, the strength and potential of the human race would at least double in the future. This was the strength of a race divine artifact. I understand. I'll be careful. Zhou Zhou nodded when he heard Xian Yuanyi's words. In addition, he could not help but be a little surprised. The other party actually did not say that he wanted to safeguard the race's divine artifact for him. Even though he didn't know why he didn't say it, he was really thinking too much. However, this also made him have a good impression of the second speaker of the human race. At the same time, when the other human big shots who were originally looking forward to it heard that Xian Yuanyi did not mention what they were thinking at all, they were immediately stunned. They all winked at Xian Yuanyi and even communicated telepathically. However, Xian Yuanyi acted as if he did not hear anything and sat there leisurely. However, he expressed his attitude and thoughts. These human big shots were very puzzled, but Xian Yuanyi was the person with the highest status and strongest strength among them, so they did not dare to say anything. Mr. Speaker, I have a question. Zhou Zhou asked. What's the question? Tell me. Xian Yuanyi smiled. Don't we lords of all races have the protection of the supreme agreement set up by the supreme will? Can those races and civilizations really ignore the supreme agreement and attack me? Zhou Zhou asked. The supreme agreement is indeed very powerful, but the supreme will not destroy all the races and civilizations just because some races and civilizations violate the supreme agreement. At most, they will give some punishment that will make the races and civilizations feel the pinch. If the value you show exceeds the damage caused by the punishment, they will make up their minds and come after you. Race divine artifacts have such value. And those top-notch races and civilizations might not do it themselves. They might use various methods to hint to those lower middle-level races and civilizations to attack you. After they get what you have, those top-notch races and civilizations can take action at this time and snatch what they want from these lower middle-level races and civilizations. This will minimize the punishment of the supreme will to the greatest extent and obtain what they want. Xian Yuanyi said in a low voice. Zhou Zhou frowned. This move of killing someone with a borrowed knife was ruthless. And most importantly, there was no need for those top-notch races and civilizations to hint anymore. The news of his race's divine artifact Lucky Star would naturally spread to the various races and civilizations before long. When the time comes, he would naturally be in endless trouble. Even though he was already very strong among the lords of all races, however, compared to those local lord factions that had developed for countless years, there was definitely a huge gap. Zhou Zhou pondered silently. This lucky star was good, but it was also a hot potato. At this moment, Xian Yuanyi suddenly laughed. Are you worried that those intermediate and low-level races and civilizations will deal with you? He asked. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. There was nothing wrong with admitting it. Don't worry. Xian Yuanyi said. Why not? Zhou Zhou was stunned. Xian Yuanyi looked a little helpless. Then, he said in a low voice, do you think there's no race behind you? If those races and civilizations dare to take the risk of being punished by the supreme will to snatch your race's divine artifact, we humans will naturally reject them and not let them hurt you. As for the reason, you can think that we value your potential. You can also say that we want something from you. But the simplest reason is because you are a member of our human race. We humans are not powerful among the myriad races, we can only be considered an ordinary race. However, it doesn't mean that we're the kind of weak race that doesn't react when our clansmen are bullied. If those people of foreign races want to fight, let's fight. When Xian Yuanyi finished speaking, his ancient voice seemed to be filled with killing intent that had been accumulated for 10,000 years. When the other human big shots heard this, they also looked like they were bound by a common hatred for the enemy and were filled with killing intent. Zhou Zhou was stunned. It had to be said when he heard that these human big shots were willing to start a war with the people of foreign races to protect him, his heart warmed a little. Yes, I have never been alone, I still have the entire human race behind me. We will help you fight again those people of foreign races that have ill intentions towards you. But you can't relax either. You have to develop well. We will look forward to the day when you can personally lead your army to fight against the enemy people of foreign races. Xian Yuanyi said with a smile. I've always been fighting against the people of foreign races. I'll always fight against them. Both now and in the future. Zhou Zhou said in a low voice. Xian Yuanyi and the others immediately smiled when they heard this. Bai He's expression was also rather gratified. Everyone chatted for a while. When the banquet was about to end, an old granny walked up to Zhou Zhou and sized her up kindly. Young man, you're so handsome. No wonder my disciple often talks about you. She laughed. Senior's disciple is? Zhou Zhou was stunned. My name is Ling Rou, and my title is Holy Light Physician King. She laughed. So you're Miss Lu's teacher. Zhou Zhou immediately reacted and said respectfully. He had no choice but to be respectful. This was a famous doctor of the human race. Be it medical ethics or medical skills, they were already at the forefront of human doctors. Many human experts had been treated by her, and she had even saved their lives. Therefore, even though her strength was ordinary among heroes, her connections were terrifying. How is the little girl now? Holy Light Physician King Ling Rou said with a smile. She's fine. I'll bring you there later if you want to see her. Zhou Zhou said. Just as well. Let's see what charm your territory has. My disciple is actually unwilling to return to my place. Ling Rou smiled. Zhou Zhou scratched his head awkwardly. He couldn't be blamed for this. It was Lu Kaier who volunteered to stay with him. Another half an hour passed. The banquet ended. The human big shots left one after another. It's getting late. You should go back and rest early. When most of them had left, Bai He came to Zhou Zhou's side and said. There's no hurry. Zhou Zhou looked at Bai He and said. Temple Lord, I have a resurrection spot in my hands now. Do you have any hero candidates who want to be resurrected? Joy immediately appeared on Bai He's face upon hearing this. Chapter 496 Son of the Star, Li Xingguang in the corridor of the Night Temple. The human big shots walked towards the spatial teleportation array one after the other. As the higher-ups of the human race, they had to deal with countless matters every day. If not for the fact that the divine artifact of the race was really important today, they would not have taken the time to come here. At this moment, the dozen or so elder ones who had fallen behind looked at each other and hesitated for a few seconds. In the end, they quickly caught up to Xian Yuanyi, who was walking in front. Speaker, why? Just as these people were about to say something, they saw Xian Yuanyi say as he walked, which do you think is more important, the divine artifact of a race or the Lord of the Blazing Sun himself? The human big shots were stunned. They hesitated for a moment before saying, Lord of the Blazing Sun. The Lord of the Blazing Sun, of course. It's true that the Lord of the Blazing Sun is the most important, but the divine artifact of the race is also very important. Furthermore, it's very difficult for the Lord of the Blazing Sun to protect this race divine artifact now. If it can be in our hands, we should at least protect it well and not let it be snatched away by other races. The big shots of the human race said. They naturally knew that the Lord of the Blazing Sun was definitely more important than the two. The God of Race's divine artifact was obtained by the Lord of the Blazing Sun with his own abilities. It was not obtained by luck. If it was someone else, they would definitely think of a way to obtain this race divine artifact. But for the former, this only proved that the Lord of the Blazing Sun was more valuable than the race's divine artifact. That's what I thought. Therefore, I decided to let the Lord of the Blazing Sun keep his race's divine artifact for himself. Us seniors of the human race should not do those things that will disappoint the hearts of outstanding juniors. The future of the human race belongs to them after all. Xian Yuanyi said in a low voice. Furthermore, the Lord of the Blazing Sun has only been in our high continent for a short period of time. It's so short that he doesn't have too many emotional ties with the entire human race. To him, the ones with the deepest connection are the subjects under his command and the human branch behind him, the humans of Cerulean planet. If we use the righteousness of the entire human race to persuade him to hand over the race's divine artifact now, I'm afraid that even if he can hand it over in the end, it will aggravate the friendship that the Night Temple has painstakingly accumulated with him during this period of time. That's not worth it. Xian Yuanyi sighed. The big shots of the human race fell silent. Someone wanted to say, is this Lord of the Blazing Sun worth treating so seriously and cautiously? However, when he thought of the Lord of the Blazing Sun's achievements during this period of time, he suppressed his thoughts. This Lord of the Blazing Sun had really done something that the human race had never done in the past tens of thousands of years. He was indeed worth being treated seriously and cautiously by Xian Yuanyi and the other human big shots just based on these achievements and the potential in future. Otherwise, once the other party felt disgusted, their relationship turning cold would be a small matter. They were afraid that the other party would throw themselves into the arms of other races and deal with the humans instead. That would be the most regretful and uncomfortable. Inform all the human factions. From now on, immediately start preparing for battle and prepare for the battle of the race's divine artifacts that might descend at any time. Once there's a war, remember to send the news to this kid and let him know what we've done for him. In case the war is over and this kid still doesn't know what's going on, then we'll have worked for nothing. Xian Yuanyi said. Yes. Speaker. Understood. I'll make the arrangements as soon as I get back. On the other side, after hearing Zhou Zhou's words, he immediately planned to bring Zhou Zhou to the Heroic Spirit Hall. Where are you going in a hurry? At this moment, Holy Light Physician King Ling Ro walked over and asked with a smile. When he saw her, his gaze became much gentler. This kid can resurrect a hero now. I plan to let him resurrect someone. He said. I want to take a look too. Is that okay? The Holy Light Physician King was instantly curious. She had heard that this Lord of the Blazing Sun had a way to revive people before she came. As a doctor, she was naturally quite curious about this. Even though her medical skills were superb, it was not to the extent of being able to revive from the dead after all. He looked at Zhou Zhou. Sure. Zhou Zhou nodded and agreed. The fact that he could revive people was no longer a secret among the upper echelons of the human race anymore. If she wanted to see it, she could. In any case, there was nothing to be ashamed of. Then, the three of them did not waste any more time and arrived at the Heroic Spirit Hall. Greetings, Temple Lord. Greetings, Physician King. We meet again, Lord of the Blazing Sun. The Lord Guardian of the Hidden Sea said with a smile. He and the Holy Light Physician King nodded before entering the Heroic Spirit Hall. Greetings, Lord Guardian of the Hidden Sea. Zhou Zhou nodded with a smile and followed them in. The Lord Guardian of the Hidden Sea clicked his tongue in wonder. As the Night Temple and even the Holy Land of the entire human race, very few people came to the Heroic Spirit Hall. However, ever since they had the Lord of the Blazing Sun as a neighbor, this little fellow had almost become a regular here. In the Heroic Spirit Hall. After he brought him and the Holy Light Physician King in, he quickly walked towards the east. Soon, they arrived in front of a heroic spirit statue. He looked at the statue and didn't speak for a long time. The Holy Light Physician King also had a complicated expression. Zhou Zhou looked at the statue. This was a young boy who was only 7 or 8 years old. He was dressed in white, and a star that emitted a faint white light floated in his hand. Above his head, countless stars hung high. The starlight fell on his body, making this young man look a little magical. He looked at the hero information displayed on the divine calming stone. Low-tier deity level hero child of star, the son of the star was originally called Li Xingguang. When this youth was born, there was already a phenomenon. It was said that originally, there were no stars in the sky that night. It looked like an ordinary night without stars. However, with Li Xingguang's birth, countless stars suddenly appeared in the originally dark night sky. They emitted a dazzling light as they descended from the sky and entered the infant Li Xingguang's body. Li Xingguang, who was originally an ordinary person, became an extraordinary tier professional starlight envoy after being transformed by starlight without needing a class change certificate. At that time, everyone was stunned by this situation. Not only was Li Xingguang not frightened to tears by the scene in front of him like ordinary children, he also laughed and reached out his hand, wanting to grab the starlight surrounding him. Then, under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, he really grabbed the wisps of starlight. In his hands, the high and mighty starlight was like a small pet, circling around his hand and body. His parents named him Li Xingguang. 1. Xingguang means starlight. After seeing this scene. In the days that followed, more and more miracles appeared on Li Xingguang's body. He was born with knowledge, photographic memory, high IQ, high EQ, and could absorb starlight to cultivate and increase his strength. All kinds of miracles made Li Xingguang's legend spread further and further. In the end, it finally attracted the attention of the upper echelons of the human race. Chapter 497 By his favor. Resurrection. Bai He was the first to find him. Bai He proposed to take him in as a disciple when he was 9 years old, faced with the well-known Li Xingguang. 9 years old was the most suitable age to teach him in Bai He's eyes. Before that, he wanted Li Xingguang to enjoy his rare childhood. The smart Li Xingguang immediately agreed when he heard this request. Since then, Li Xingguang lived until he was 8 years old without any accidents under the secret protection of the higher-ups of the human race. The most shocking thing was Li Xingguang even became a hero with a low-tier deity-level hero fate-level slot when he was 5 years old through his own comprehension. He had become such a hero at such a young age. That meant that Li Xingguang's potential was definitely not limited to this. In the eyes of many higher-ups of the human race, it was very likely that Li Xingguang would become a high-level god-tier hero in the future, or even a true god-tier hero. However, just before Li Xingguang was about to acknowledge Bai He as his teacher, a true god-tier foreign race which had a deadly feud with Bai He appeared and killed Li Xingguang, who was rushing over to become Bai He's disciple. During this process, countless human experts who were secretly protecting Li Xingguang took action to stop it. There was even a true god-tier hero present, but he was unable to protect Li Xingguang. It was all too fast. In addition, there was a difference in strength. This true god-tier foreign race was also good at assassination methods. They were unable to stop the other party from assassinating Li Xingguang. And so, when Bai He rushed over, he only saw Li Xingguang's corpse, which had already turned lifeless. Zhou Zhou fell silent after reading the hero's message. He became a hero at the age of 5 through self-realization. This potential and comprehension could no longer be described as exaggerated. It was not a problem to say that he was one of the top human geniuses in the history of the human race. Unfortunately, such a new star of the human race had ushered in a tragic ending. Zhou Zhou's gaze landed on Bai He, who was still in a daze. He finally knew why this human big shot had such an expression. So it was his disciple. Moreover, he was a disciple with such high potential. At this moment, Bai He turned around to look at him. Your resurrection spot can be used on this son of the star. I'm sure you've read his hero profile. But I'll tell you one thing. Even though he's a disciple I have yet to take in, it was not my decision alone to revive him. It's a joint decision of the entire human race after unanimous discussion. The higher-ups of the human race unanimously agreed that Li Xingguang's character, potential, background, and other aspects perfectly met the requirements to be selected for the resurrection spot. That's why he became one of the 3 resurrection spots. He explained. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. What happened to the true god tier of the people of foreign race who assassinated Li Xingguang in the end? I hunted him down over 26 worlds, and finally killed him in the interlayer of space, he said calmly. Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue. At this moment, he suddenly stretched out his right hand. There was a golden token in his palm with the word "ride" written on it. A hint of sadness flashed across his eyes upon seeing this token. I gave this token to Li Xingguang back then. I asked him to use this token to find me as his master when he was 9 years old. It's one of the things he left behind. Can you use it as a resurrection medium? He restrained his emotions and asked. It shouldn't be a problem. Zhou Zhou took a look and said. He handed the token to him. If we can successfully revive Li Xingguang, I'll owe you one. He said solemnly. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up. This was a favor from a true god-tier hero. Moreover, he held a high position in the human race. One could imagine the weight of his favor. Temple Lord, you are too kind. The 3 resurrection spots were originally agreed upon between us. Zhou Zhou said politely. He shook his head and remained silent. I'll bring Li Xingguang to you. Seeing this, Zhou Zhou didn't say anything else. He brought the token and Holy Light Physician King Ling Ro out of the heroic spirit hall and walked towards the shelter of the Goddess of Life. The shelter of the Goddess of Life. In the main hall. After Zhou Zhou briefly explained his purpose for coming to Carol Moeli, he handed the token and Holy Spirit tier scarlet crystals to her. Leave it to me, my lord. Carol Moeli said respectfully. Then, her gaze landed on the Holy Light Physician King behind Zhou Zhou. Madam, I'll be presiding over the great resurrection spell, the gaze of God will descend here. At that time, please don't do anything blasphemous. Otherwise, the consequences are not something you can imagine. Carol Moeli said solemnly. She was a person of faith, naturally, she would not be afraid to warn the other person just because of the other party's identity. She would say whatever needed to be said. Of course. Ling Ro said with a smile. Carol Moeli nodded. Then, she came to the statue of the Goddess of Life solemnly and began to preside over the ritual of the Great Resurrection spell. The ritual process was naturally the same as the Great Resurrection spell ritual that Zhou Zhou had experienced previously. However, when the pressure of the Goddess of Life descended, the smile on Ling Rao's face finally changed. There was fear and shock, there was also desire and surprise. A moment later, the Great Resurrection spell ended. A naked 8-year-old boy was lying quietly on a stone bed condensed from light elementals. Zhou Zhou didn't look at her and went straight to Carol Moeli. How are you? He asked. I'm fine. His strength is only at white platinum tier advanced grade. It's quite easy for me to revive him. Carol Moeli looked at the Lord in front of her and shook her head. She was now an extraordinary tier intermediate grade cardinal. The highest she could be resurrected was a hero with extraordinary tier intermediate grade strength when the target was alive. Before Li Xingguang died, he was only a white platinum tier advanced grade. It was naturally very simple for her to revive. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. Then, he came in front of Li Xingguang and used the object control technique to send him a set of clothes that he had already prepared. Then, he checked his information. Subject, Li Xingguang, Hero Unit, Hero Title, Son of the Star, Position, Low-tier Deity Level Hero Fate Level, Territory, None, Strength Level, White Platinum Tier Advanced Grade, Ability Overview, the young man blessed by the stars was born with the ability to control the power of the stars. He was gifted and was born with knowledge. His personality was gentle and kind, but his fate was full of misfortune. In the end, he died at the hands of the true god tier of the foreign races. Now that he has been revived by the Lord of the Blazing Sun, he has begun his new journey of fate. Bloodline, human bloodline, true god tier advanced grade, 100%, skills, talent star protection, talent body of the star, hero skill star in the palm, hero skill star domain, white advanced grade starlight protection, white platinum tier advanced grade star transformation, white platinum tier advanced grade starlight healing technique, white platinum star divination. Loyalty, unable to check, potential, true god tier advanced grade, hero biography, 1, when you were born, you were protected by the star protection. You were born with the wisdom to know. Human reputation plus 10,000, high continent reputation plus 1. 2, as he grows up, he will gradually understand the Tao of stars and become a low-tier deity-level hero son of stars. Human reputation plus 100,000, high continent reputation plus 10. Chapter 498 Li Xingguang gradually opened his confused eyes under Zhou Zhou's gaze. His irises were very strange. They were 7-colored and looked a little dreamy. Big brother, you are. He sat up and looked at Zhou Zhou in confusion. Am I not dead? I'm the Lord of the Blazing Sun. My real name is Zhou Zhou. On your way to become a disciple, you were assassinated by a true god tier of the people of foreign races. Now, I've revived you. Hurry up and get up. Your teacher is waiting for you. Zhou Zhou smiled. This child was soft-spoken. He looked quite likable coupled with his cute appearance. If he was placed on the cerulean planet, who knew how many girls would like this little boy? I've been revived. Li Xingguang blinked and quickly calmed down. He smiled. Thank you, big brother. Xingguang will never forget your kindness. If you need any help from Xingguang in the future, please ask Xingguang to come and help. He said sincerely. Zhou Zhou had high-level telepathy, so he could naturally sense that the other party was speaking the truth. This child is really sensible. No wonder the description of his abilities said that he was gentle and kind. Zhou Zhou sighed. In addition, this child's ability to accept things was shocking. He actually accepted the fact that he was resurrected so quickly. Sure. If I need any help in the future, I'll definitely call you over. He chuckled and stroked Li Xingguang's hair. This little fellow was extremely talented. He might be able to reach by his level in the future as long as he grows up. Zhou Zhou did not have many thoughts about benefits. His attitude towards this little fellow was similar to his attitude towards Xiao Xian. He had the care and concern of an elder for a younger brother and an elder for a junior. This is for you. Zhou Zhou thought for a moment and took out the Wind Thunder Demon Lord puppet he had obtained previously and gave it to Li Xingguang. He had forgotten to give it to Linger when he was with her previously. He would think about it next time. He would not lack good things in the future with his King of Lutes. Thank you, big brother. Li Xingguang's eyes lit up when he received the puppet. Even though he had the wisdom of being born with knowledge, he was only a 9-year-old child. Naturally, he could not resist the temptation of a child's toy. Zhou Zhou smiled when he saw this and told him the function of this thing. When Li Xingguang heard this, he immediately felt that this big brother in front of him was really good. He still had the memory of being assassinated by the people of foreign race in his mind, so he had a huge shadow in his heart. Hence, he really liked the gift brother Zhou Zhou gave him. At this moment, Holy Light Physician King Ling Ro walked over. Little guy, do you remember me? She said gently. Grandma Ling. Li Xingguang's eyes lit up. When he first met Bai He, this old granny was by his side. Okay. The smile on Ling Rao's face became even kinder. Physician King, little Xinguang. Let's go. Temple Lord should want to meet this disciple he had yet to accept very much. Zhou Zhou smiled. They both smiled and nodded. Then, they walked out of the shelter. At the entrance of the night temple, Bai He and Rob Allen were standing there, waiting for Zhou Zhou and the others to return. Teacher, you can go back and wait. I'll just wait here. Rob Allen could not help but say. Bai He only shook his head. After a moment of silence, Bai He suddenly said, back then, I vowed in front of Xinguang's parents that I would protect him well and ask them to hand Xinguang over to me. That pair of parents trusted me very much and immediately agreed. But when Xinguang was about to acknowledge me as his master, I couldn't protect him and let him die there. You don't know. What kind of expression did his parents have when I carried Xinguang's body to them? I've let down Xinguang, his parents, and my friends and elders who were willing to give Xinguang to me to teach. I let Xinguang's parents die in a lifetime of grief. Xinguang would never see his parents again. What does it matter if I stand here and wait for him for a while? Rob Allen was stunned. Then, he pursed his lips and stopped talking. At this moment, 3 figures walked over from afar. Rob Allen looked over and was immediately pleasantly surprised. Teacher, the Lord of the Blazing Sun and the rest are back. He immediately said. A faint smile appeared on Bai He's face as he looked at the figure in the distance. Soon, Zhou Zhou and the other 2 arrived in front of Bai He. Temple Lord, I have not let you down. Zhou Zhou smiled. Bai He nodded and his gaze landed on Li Xinguang. He saw Li Xinguang looking at him with bright eyes. It was the same reverence and adoration as back then. He stretched out his hand, and in his palm was the token. Uncle Bai, I'm here to acknowledge you as my master. He said excitedly. Sure. You are my disciple from today onwards. Bai He looked at him. After a long time, he smiled and nodded. Zhou Zhou looked at this scene enviously. This little fellow was born a prodigy. Now that he had Bai He's backing, his future was limitless. However, as long as he could grow up, his future would not be bad. Temple Lord, since little Xinguang has been revived, I won't stay any longer. It's time to go back and deal with my territory. When I have a revival spot in the future, I'll take the initiative to come over. Zhou Zhou spoke first. In fact, he still had an empty Holy Spirit Tear Faith Divine Crystal in his hand. However, Zhou Zhou planned to keep this Holy Spirit Tear Faith Divine Crystal as a backup, in case his hero died in battle outside in the future and he couldn't revive immediately because he didn't keep the Faith Divine Crystal. This could be considered as leaving a way out for his heroes. In any case, the Night Temple did not stipulate when all the resurrection heroes would be completed before a specific period. When he had the 2nd and 3rd Holy Spirit Tear Faith Divine Crystals in the future, he would revive them. Sure. My favor will always count. If you need my help in the future, just let me know. Bai He didn't try to persuade him to stay. Zhou Zhou nodded. Big brother Zhou, can I come to you in the future? Li Xinguang was reluctant to part with Zhou Zhou. Of course. Zhou Zhou ruffled his hair with a smile on his face. A smile appeared on Li Xinguang's face. Don't call me Temple Lord in the future. If you're willing, just call me Uncle Bai. Bai He suddenly said. You can also call me Aunt Ling. Ling Ro smiled as well. Zhou Zhou was stunned as his gaze landed on Bai He and Ling Ro. Good God! There was a bit of gossip between these 2 seniors. On the surface, he didn't show any neglect and immediately said, Uncle Bai. Aunt Ling. They both smiled and nodded. When Rob Allen saw this, the intimacy in his eyes intensified. After that, everyone didn't say anything else. Bai He and the others returned to the Night Temple and prepared to make arrangements for Li Xinguang's discipleship. As the Hall Master of the Night's Sacred Hall and one of the highest-ranking members of the human race, by he naturally wouldn't be able to take in a disciple so easily. Otherwise, Rob wouldn't have been able to obtain a related hero biography just by becoming a disciple. As for Zhou Zhou, he returned to his beginner-grade Lord's Paradise. Chapter 499 Battle Report. Extreme Dragon City's Harvest. In the beginner-grade Lord's Paradise. The moment Zhou Zhou returned, he knew that Lu Rui and Zhang Lansheng wanted to see him. He arranged for them to meet in the conference room. Reporting to my lord. The Starfire mercenary team has obtained the current battle report of the Taiyan Kingdom. We also have a special piece of information to report. Lu Rui said respectfully. As the leader of the Starfire mercenary team, the current Lu Rui no longer had the immaturity she had when they first met. She had a valiant, heroic, mature, and capable temperament. Let's talk about the battle report of the Taiyan Kingdom first. Zhou Zhou said. Yes. The monster soldiers left in the Aurora Kingdom ever since the Ice Soul Arrow Demon died. They were no longer able to attack the Aurora Kingdom. They have already retreated to the territory of the Taiyan Kingdom. With the reinforcement of this batch of troops, the Taiyan Kingdom still has about 1 million monsters left. There are still about 1.5 million Titan Kingdom's monster soldiers in the Taiyan Kingdom. Right now, both sides are still fighting each other in the Taiyan Kingdom. There wouldn't be a winner for the time being. However, overall, if the time is extended, the Taiyan Kingdom might use its territory advantage to wear down the army of the giant Roar Kingdom that is left in the country. Lu Rui reported. Zhou Zhou nodded. Extend the time. Wear down. He chuckled inwardly. He will deal with both of them tomorrow. Of course, he could also do nothing and wait for both of them to suffer losses before sitting back and reaping the benefits. But there were two things that were not right. Number one, the war was ever-changing. The longer it lasted, the more variables there were. Now that this situation was still beneficial to him, he should seize the opportunity and attack quickly to obtain the results he wanted. Otherwise, if this dragged on for too long, who could guarantee that no accidents would happen? It was good to be a fisherman, but he had to stop while he was ahead. Otherwise, it might backfire. Second, the 3 days left by the Supreme Will were too short. He had to seize the time to defeat the Taiyan Kingdom and obtain enough territory before establishing the #1 kingdom of the human race on the Cerulean planet. Therefore, he had no time to be a fisherman. What's the other special intel? Zhou Zhou asked. Our adventurer team stationed in the Nether Bark Kingdom discovered that the Nether Bark Legion seems to be acting strangely, but we don't know what they're doing. Their movements are very secretive, we can't find much information for the time being. Lu Rui said. Zhou Zhou's heart skipped a beat. The Nether Bark army of the Nether Bark Kingdom actually made a move at this moment. That was the first legion of the Underworld Bark Kingdom. Their actions were not a small matter. What do you have in mind? Zhou Zhou's gaze landed on Lu Rui. I don't have any specific information. I don't dare to discuss it rashly. Lu Rui said. Tell me about it. It's fine. This isn't a specific military meeting. Zhou Zhou shook his head. Reporting to my lord. Then he'll be bold to say it. This is a special time for the war between the two countries. The Nether Bark Kingdom actually made such a move. I think they want to secretly attack the Taiyan Kingdom. Didn't you say that the Nether Bark Kingdom is holding the God-bestowing ceremony? Zhou Zhou suddenly asked. Yes. The God-bestowing ceremony is real, and so are the actions of the Nether Bark army. Lu Rui said. Zhou Zhou nodded. Lu Rui's guess was basically the same as his. If what Lu Rui said is true, then I'll lead my troops to attack the Taiyan Kingdom tomorrow. Once I appear, I might really be easily used by the Nether Bark Kingdom hidden in the dark. At that time, the Nether Bark Kingdom will become a true fisherman. But if I could be late when the time comes. The Taiyan Kingdom, the Titan Kingdom, and the Nether Bark Kingdom will all become fishes in my fishing net. I can totally wipe out the armies they sent. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up. The 3 legions under his command had more than 2.45 million troops. In addition to the 5.92 million troops of the Star Alliance, it added up to nearly 8.4 million soldiers. Even if he needed to leave some soldiers to guard the territory, he could command 7 million soldiers. With these 7 million soldiers and his more than 3,000 superhumans and many powerful heroes, what were the monster soldiers of the 3 kingdoms in the Taiyan Kingdom? He could easily crush them. They would all be converted into 2,000% additional promotion energy and a huge amount of loots. When the time comes, the Taiyan Kingdom was naturally at his fingertips. Then, he would make a trip to the Aurora Kingdom and take in the Aurora Kingdom. He would directly obtain the national strength of 2 existing kingdoms. At that time, using this as a starting point, it would not be difficult to advance to the intermediate grade kingdom. He couldn't help but feel a little hot in his heart, and even a little lightheaded. After wallowing in this feeling for a while, Zhou Zhou suddenly woke up. He suddenly remembered that his current situation seemed to be very good. There were countless resources inside and human support outside. However, there were also many hidden dangers around him. Not to mention the problem of the myriad races coveting the divine artifacts of the races. The influence of the light sacred dragon, Ingersoll, was probably not inferior to the divine artifact of the lucky star race. Most importantly, he had become the #1 in the myriad races Lord battlefield. Through the announcement of the 10,000 races, countless Lord factions and even local factions had already learned of his existence. The tallest tree in the forest would be destroyed by the wind. Zhou Zhou felt that he was the most eye-catching tree in the forest of lords. From now on, he had to withstand the omnipresent gusts of wind from all directions. If he could withstand it, he would naturally be a dragon in the sky with a limitless future. If he could not withstand it, sooner or later, he and his territory might be eaten by the lords of the myriad races. I still need to develop. Continuously become stronger. I can't slack off at all. Only then can I protect myself and my territory when danger comes. Zhou Zhou thought to himself. At this moment, Aliyah hurried over. Reporting to my lord. Extreme Dragon Horus is requesting an audience outside the city. She said respectfully. Zhou Zhou was stunned and nodded. Then, he walked out of the beginner-grade Lord's Paradise and flew to the city wall of the Supreme Defense. Greetings, my lord. Horus flew in the air and said respectfully. What can I do for you? Zhou Zhou asked. Reporting to my lord. The spaceship I sent to receive Extreme Venerable City's assets and subjects has returned. This is the list that I've just summarized. Please take a look, my lord. Horus said. Then, a list appeared out of thin air and flew in front of Zhou Zhou. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up. He naturally remembered that after Horus submitted to him, he sent an Extreme Dragon race member to take a spaceship to Horus Lord's territory to receive the property there and the subjects of the Extreme Dragon race who were in charge of guarding the territory. He didn't expect them to be back so soon. He took the list and looked at it. Extreme Dragon Race, 3. Construction materials, 50 billion units of wood, 50 billion units of fine sand, 50 billion units of metal, 50 billion units of stone, 500,000 units of basic elemental gems, 1,000 units of high-level elemental gems. Mist cores, 136,355,200 black iron tier mist cores, 10,015,521 green bronze tier mist cores, 861,200 white silver tier mist cores, 102,511 yellow gold tier mist cores, 1,041 white platinum tier mist cores, 1 diamond tier mist core. Skill books, 1,265,570. Equipment, 650,000. Zhou Zhou glanced at the other useless resources. After reading it, Zhou Zhou shook his head. It is just as so. It could not be compared to him, the king of loots. It was just that there were too many construction resources. Why are you collecting so many basic building resources? Zhou Zhou asked doubtfully. My lord, as you can see, our extreme dragon race is considered one of the largest in the entire dragon race. If we don't collect so many construction resources, we won't have anywhere to live. This is already considered a small amount. Horace said awkwardly. Zhou Zhou, it made it sound like there was indeed nothing wrong with it. Chapter 500 Devoted Liya. King of Yellow Gold joined. Zhou Zhou's gaze landed on the number of Extreme Dragon Race members at the top. At least 3 new Extreme Dragon Race members had joined his Dragon God army. Now, his Dragon God army already had a total of 68 pure-blooded dragons. Their combined combat strength was comparable to a 1,000,000-man troop. When they fully matured, it would be easy for a pure-blooded dragon to destroy a kingdom. After that, Zhou Zhou and Horace didn't talk much. Horace returned to the area of his dragon sacrifice holy tower, and Zhou Zhou also returned to his beginner-grade lord's paradise. Just as he arrived at the entrance of the blessed land, Zhou Zhou saw someone waiting for him quietly. It was Liya. At this moment, Liya was wearing a light pink dress. She had put on some makeup, and under the moonlight, she was extremely beautiful. Zhou Zhou was dumbfounded. Zhou Zhou. It was Li Ya's voice that woke him up. This is the first time I've seen you dressed like this. Zhou Zhou came back to his senses and smiled. I dressed up for you. Li Ya said. After saying that, her face immediately turned slightly red. It's cold outside. Let's go in first. Zhou Zhou extended an invitation. Liya hummed softly and the two of them walked in together. The next day, Zhou Zhou opened his eyes in a daze and saw Liya sleeping soundly beside him. He moved slightly and was about to get up, but he implicated the other party. Then, her face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. I forgot to pull it out. Zhou Zhou said awkwardly. Liya seemed to have shrunk further into herself. Does it still hurt? Let me treat it for you. After Zhou Zhou left, he asked with concern. He had a bunch of skills on him, and there was no lack of healing skills. Healing such a small injury was not a problem at all. Liya did not say anything and only nodded lightly. Zhou Zhou was about to treat her, but when he saw her delicate body, his heart warmed. Let's do it again. He suddenly said. Liya. Be gentle. Zhou Zhou did not say anything and began to plow with all his might. It was late in the morning. Zhou Zhou spent the entire morning before walking out of the bedroom in satisfaction. No one couldn't blame him for taking so long. After all, he was almost 40 years old if he added up both his previous and current life, but he had never had such an experience. It was normal for him to not be able to resist doing it for a while longer. Greetings, my lord. Aliyah and Atli were guarding the door. When they saw Zhou Zhou come out, they immediately greeted him respectfully. Prepare some nourishing delicacies and send them to Liya. Zhou Zhou instructed. Yes, my lord. The two girls said respectfully. Zhou Zhou nodded and walked out of the door. Princess Liya, do you need to nourish anything recently? This is the first time I've heard the Lord make such a request. By the way, what was that noise last night? It sounded weird. Atli asked curiously. Children shouldn't meddle in the affairs of adults. Aliyah blushed at that and gave Atli a reproachful look. She was a few years older than Atli, so she knew more things. The sounds from last night almost made her legs go weak and she couldn't stand. Atli pouted, feeling wronged. Who's young? I'm already very old, okay? Zhou Zhou looked at the sunlight outside and sighed. A gentle land, a hero's tomb. This was the first time he had walked out of his residence when it was almost noon in the time he had been in the high continent. It really took a long time. He was still thinking of settling the matter with the Taiyan kingdom today. From tomorrow onwards, I must wake up early every day. Zhou Zhou made up his mind. As for what happened in the Taiyan kingdom, it would depend on whether he could complete it in the remaining time. Even though these 3 days were a rest period, it was better to resolve it as soon as possible. My lord. At this moment, Bai Yun walked over quickly from afar. Please forgive me, my lord. I saw that my lord was busy, so I took the initiative to lead troops to clear the Time ruins and Monster Ranch. I also summoned the golems in the golem lair. This is the list of loots. Please take a look, my lord. Bai Yun placed her hands on the list of loots and said respectfully. However, he did not know if it was an illusion. Zhou Zhou felt that Bai Yun's gaze seemed to be filled with resentment. Does she know what I was up to last night? She had to. He personally led troops to clean up the Monster Ranch every day, but he was absent today. When Bai Yun saw this situation, she would definitely come over to inquire. Perhaps she would have heard the voice at that time. When Zhou Zhou thought of this, he could not help but feel helpless. My lord image. Ahem. It's okay. When I don't have time, as the First Legion commander of our Blazing Sun territory, he should naturally be responsible for this matter. Zhou Zhou said. It's my duty to do so. Liya nodded. When Zhou Zhou heard this, his gaze landed on the list of loots. She had obtained a total of 40,123,960 green bronze tier mist cores, 12,000,3950 white silver tier mist cores, 6,219,875 yellow gold tier mist cores, 3,507,875 white platinum tier mist cores, and 113,600 diamond tier mist cores. There were also 1,217,780 soldier-type class change certificates. 95,000 King of Yellow Gold recruitment books. 95,000 King of Yellow Gold class change certificates. 40,035 Poison Crossbow soldier recruitment books. 384 Elemental Archer recruitment books. 132,200 Aurora Cavalry recruitment books. 180,000 Violent Storm Spirit recruitment books. 180,000 Violent Storm Spirit class change certificates. 132 Proof of Legion fragments. 243,984 True Faith tier Scarlet crystals. 161,105 Pious tier Scarlet crystals. 129,960 Fanatic tier Scarlet crystals. 201 White Platinum tier and Yellow Gold tier mount contracts. 60,000 Iron-Eating Bear pet eggs. 60,000 Fear Falcon wings and Type 3 Fear Falcon radar and 5 million units of raw gold. As for loot such as the Light Drawing Crystal, the Tree Core Gem, and the Elemental Gem, there was no need to elaborate. Zhou Zhou was very satisfied with the list of loots. Especially the list of spoils of war of the King of Yellow Gold. What monster ranch does the King of Yellow Gold occupy now? Zhou Zhou suddenly asked. Reporting to my lord. Mu Gu now controls a total of 34 monster ranches. Among them, the 2 monster ranches of the Desert Fog Lizard, Sword Shield Soldiers, the 2 monster ranches of the Wild Sand Believers, Pudeo Soldiers, and the 3 monster ranches of the Sand Men, Light Drawing Crystals, have all been replaced by the King of Yellow Gold. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. Mu Gu was indeed worthy of his lord talent. His thoughts were exactly what he wanted. As a special grade advanced soldier type of the Sword Shield Soldiers, the ability of the King of Yellow Gold could perfectly replace the Sword Shield Soldiers and Pudeo Soldiers. As for the Sandman that produced the Light Drawing Crystal, with the supreme defense around, the Light Drawing Crystal should naturally withdraw from the historical stage. Have you used up the recruitment books and class change certificate? Zhou Zhou asked. It's used up. We've recruited a total of 447,619 soldiers and upgraded all 95,000 sword shield soldiers in the Blazing Sun Army to the special soldier type, King of Yellow Gold. The total number of soldiers in the Blazing Sun Territory's 3 legions is now 2,457,903. Bai Yun sounded excited when she reported. When Zhou Zhou heard this, he could not help but smile. Chapter 501 Reduced Number of Human Lords on Cerulean Planet. Gains from the Marketplace. Zhou Zhou was very satisfied. There were more than 2.9 million soldiers. He was confident that he could easily defeat the Taiyan Kingdom at its peak with this army even without relying on the Star Alliance. Not to mention the current Taiyan Kingdom. Call a King of Yellow Gold soldier over. Also inform the Lords of the Star Alliance to gather in an hour with enough soldiers. Tell them that there's a big battle to fight. Zhou Zhou said in a low voice. Yes, my lord. Bai Yun said respectfully. She did not leave immediately. My lord. In the morning, 11 professionals with very high professional levels came to our Blazing Sun territory and said that they wanted to join our territory when you were busy. Vice City Lord Zheng has already approved their request at this moment. They are already official subjects of our Blazing Sun territory. Do you want to see him? Zhou Zhou was stunned for a moment before reacting. His eyes lit up. 11 professionals with very high professional levels. Are they the 10 talents attracted by his reputation rating and 1 mythical reputation rating talent that were rewarded by the Lord of all Races announcement yesterday? Let them come over. Zhou Zhou immediately said. Yes, my lord. Bai Yun said respectfully. Then, he turned around and left. Zhou Zhou took this opportunity to open the world channel and take a rough look. Brothers, the Myriad Races Lord Battlefield event has finally ended. What reward did you obtain? I'm at the Yellow Gold Tier Elementary Grade. I obtained 400,000 units of basic resources and 5 Yellow Gold Tier Combat Professionals. I'm envious. I stopped fighting when I reached the Green Bronze Tier Elementary Grade. I only obtained 400 units of basic resources and 1 Green Bronze Tier Elementary Grade Combat Professionals. What trash. Who can I blame if I'm not strong enough? Dragon Lady Lord, I reached the Extraordinary Tier Advanced Grade in this Lord Battlefield. I was rewarded with 1.6 billion units of basic resources, 200 million units of intermediate grade resources, 1,000 basic elemental gems, and 100 diamond tier advanced grade combat professionals. Take off. Amazing, amazing, amazing. You're at the extraordinary tier. Why aren't you rewarded with extraordinary tier professionals? Only diamond tier ones. It's not bad to have obtained diamond tier professionals at this stage. Do you think extraordinary tier professionals are cabbages? You can be given just because you want them. That's right. As far as I know, extraordinary tier professionals, be it lifestyle professionals or combat professionals, are top existences in the kingdom level lord faction. We're only the lords of the myriad races under the kingdom. How can we have extraordinary tier professionals? Diamond tier professionals are already top-notch. Have you heard? It's said that there's a lord talent among our human lords. He said that after the end of the myriad races lord battlefield this time, our cerulean planet's human lords lost nearly 1 billion. We should only have about 4 billion lords left. Fuck, is that true? Of course it's true. That counting Emperor's lord talent is extraordinary tier. If you don't believe him, don't you believe in the lord talent of the supreme will? Sigh, there are fewer and fewer lords on the cerulean planet. I hope I can survive until the end, even if I don't have to live as a lord. As long as he's alive. As long as he's alive +1. As long as you're alive plus 10,086. There are only about 4 billion lords left on the cerulean planet. Zhou Zhou could not help but fall silent when he saw their discussion. When they first arrived in this high continent, there were more than 8 billion cerulean planet lords. Then what should he do about the King of 10,000 Kings event in 3 days? What about the activities after the King of 10,000 Kings? Zhou Zhou thought for a while and could not help but take a deep breath. He could not protect all the lords of the cerulean planet. What he could do was so that he could only develop himself well. In the future, he might be able to rely on his strength to obtain more race divine artifacts. This way, he could indirectly help his lords. As for the rest, he was helpless. Then, he looked at the lord function of the myriad races lord battlefield. Then, he realized that the function of the myriad races lord battlefield that had been maintained yesterday had already ended. Zhou Zhou opened it curiously and realized that the myriad races lord battlefield had changed from a real battlefield to a virtual battlefield. The lords or lord generals could bring soldiers into the myriad races lord battlefield, or lord battlefield of your race, to compete. However, unlike the real battlefield in the past, once a lord brought soldiers into the lord battlefield, there would be real casualties. Unless the lord had the resurrection token and the territory rebirth token, the dead soldiers would really be dead. It was different now. In the current myriad races lord battlefield, even if injuries and deaths happened on the battlefield, it would only be virtual after the lords brought the soldiers into the matching or ranking. As long as they returned to the real world, everything would return to normal. This was almost equivalent to the lords leading the soldiers to play a virtual battlefield game. The risk could be said to have decreased greatly. Moreover, the Supreme will no longer have any rank requirements for the lords. The lords of all races could reach any level in the function of the myriad races lord battlefield. The rank had already become a pure honorary title. There was no combat strength enhancement effect. In the future, even if the lords increased their ranks on the myriad races lord battlefield, their upgraded titles no longer had any special effects. Only the rank title he had obtained from the event would still have the combat strength enhancement effect. Thinking of this, Zhou Zhou suddenly felt lucky. Fortunately, he had already reached the level of strongest lord, and strongest lord of all races, in the lord battlefield of all races in the first 3 days. Otherwise, if he did not obtain these 2 titles, then even if he occasionally obtained the title of the strongest lord in the lord battlefield of all races in the future, this title would probably be useless. In the future, when he faced other lords with the title of a high-level lord, he would be suppressed by their higher-level titles for the rest of his life. And now, he would always rely on his rank title to suppress lords of the same race and all races below him. It was not bad for him even if he could only suppress a portion of their strength. Advances were always accumulated bit by bit. Then this myriad races lord battlefield can almost be considered a pure training place for our myriad races lord battlefield. When I'm free, we can let the generals bring new soldiers in to train so that they won't be uncomfortable on the battlefield. Zhou Zhou thought. Then, he looked at his current rank. Zhou Zhou heaved a sigh of relief as he realized that after the maintenance of the myriad races lord battlefield, he was still first place, or the strongest lord, and the strongest lord of all races. The ranks that the lords had previously obtained from the event, such as the lord battlefield of your race, or the myriad races lord battlefield, were still intact. Just as well. He would not have to start fighting again. At this moment, he opened the marketplace and checked the loots from the monster ranch he had sold yesterday and the loots from the final battlefield. Among them, the 1.5 million soldier-type class change certificates and excess loots produced by the monster ranch yesterday morning had been sold for a total of 3,814,208,000 black iron tier mist cores. As for the extra 30 million skill books and 50 million pieces of equipment he had obtained from the battlefield of the final battlefield last night, he had sold a total of 186,680,203,900 black iron tier mist cores. A smile appeared on Zhou Zhou's face. If these two transactions were all converted by the heavenly mist treasure bag, he would have earned a total of 1,905 legendary tier mist cores. With this money, I should be able to buy any goods I want in the Lord's shop, right? Chapter 502 Talent with Mythical Reputation Rating. Butcher, Wuxia. Zhou Zhou suddenly felt a little restless. He wanted to go to the Lord's shop to see what was on sale today. At this moment, 12 figures walked over from afar. They were old and young. Their attire and even their race were different, making Zhou Zhou a little surprised. They arrived in front of Zhou Zhou. "Greetings, my lord." The 12 people said respectfully. "Are you the subjects who joined me today?" Zhou Zhou dismissed the idea of going to the Lord's shop for the time being and asked. "Yes, my lord. His lordship's territory is the territory of the strongest lord of all races. Who in the entire high continent doesn't know? We're just the first lucky ones here. In the future, there will definitely be more professionals coming from all over the high continent or even the myriad worlds to seek refuge with the Lord." A white-haired old man in the lead smiled. Even though the old man was old, he was wearing damaged blood-red armor and carrying two blood-colored axes on his back. His entire body was lean and strong, and his eyes were bloodshot. Zhou Zhou's gaze landed on the elder one and he instantly felt a murderous aura that seemed to want to fight. The world assaulted his face. Zhou Zhou's expression turned cold. This old man was not simple. At this moment, a throbbing suddenly came from the depths of his soul. This throbbing seemed to tell Zhou Zhou that the old man in front of him was a family member connected by blood with some differences. This stunned him. "And you are?" Zhou Zhou said politely. "I'm Guo, nicknamed the Butcher." "My lord, just call me Old Guo." Guo chuckled. Zhou Zhou nodded. At the same time Guo's attribute information also appeared in front of him. Subject, Guo, Hero Unit, Hero Title, Butcher, Position, Low-Tier Deity Level Hero Fate Level, Territory, Blazing Sun Territory, Strength Level, Diamond Tier Elementary Grade, Heavily Injured, Ability Overview, the last descendant of the Dragon Slayer. He used his lowly bloodline to kill special life forms with noble bloodlines. He has been wandering on the high continent since he was young. He used slaughtering high-level bloodline existences as his livelihood and forcefully advanced to the epic tier elementary grade with his green bronze tier elementary grade potential. Not long ago, he had personally killed a low-tier deity, but he was also severely injured because of it. His strength had fallen to the diamond tier elementary grade. The current Guo had already bathed in all the divine blood of that god spirit and used this opportunity to become a hero. His future was already limitless. Bloodline, Human Bloodline, Green Bronze Tier Intermediate Grade, 100%, Skills, Talent, Dragon Slaying Will, Talent, Song in Bloodbath, Talent, Ignores Pain, Talent, Death of Glory, Hero Skills, Dragon Slaying Axe Technique, Hero Skills, God's Twilight, Epic Tier Elementary Grade Butcher Axe Technique, Epic Tier Elementary Grade Berserker, Epic Tier Elementary Grade Killing Intent Soaring, Epic Tier Elementary Grade Accurate Flying Axe, Epic Tier Elementary Grade Berserker Roar, Epic Tier Elementary Grade Fight to the Death, Loyalty, 100, Dead Loyal, Potential, Green Bronze Tier Intermediate Grade, Hero Biography, 1, he is a Dragon Slayer. Hero's Personal Reputation Rating plus 10, High Continent Reputation plus 100. 2. With the body of an epic tier elementary grade Dragon Slayer, he killed a low-tier intermediate grade God Spirit 2 levels higher and became a hero with a low-tier deity level hero fate level slot, causing countless people with noble bloodlines to be shocked and afraid. Hero's personal reputation rating plus 50, high continent reputation plus 1000. Zhou Zhou looked at the old man who was filled with killing intent but had a smile on his face. He finally came to a realization. No wonder he had that special feeling with him, he was the wandering dragon slayer. Zhou Zhou naturally did not forget that he still had the white platinum tier lord talent, dragon slaying hometown. He had also obtained the identity of the Dragon Slayer King because of this. The old man in front of him was already his natural subject when he obtained this talent. This could be seen from the fact that he was already dead loyal the moment he joined the Blazing Sun territory. Welcome home. Zhou Zhou looked at him and smiled. Wuxia was still smiling at Zhou Zhou when he heard this, but tears had already quietly appeared in his eyes. Zhou Zhou did not comfort him. Instead, his gaze landed on the other 10 new subjects. Among these 10 new subjects, there were 3 people of foreign race and 7 humans. Zhou Zhou had seen their attribute information one by one. He realized that they were, a white platinum tier advanced grade blacksmith, a white platinum tier advanced grade tailor, 2 diamond tier elementary grade musketeers, a diamond tier intermediate grade architect, a diamond tier advanced grade merchant, an extraordinary elementary grade cartographer, an extraordinary elementary grade army extermination knight, and an extraordinary tier intermediate grade beast tamer. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly. They should be talents attracted by his reputation rating. Not to mention anything else. There were only 3 extraordinary tier reputation rating talents. This ratio was already quite good. Then, the old dragon slayer in front of him with the low-tier deity level hero fate level slot should be his mythical reputation rating talent. Killing a low-tier deity intermediate grade god spirit as an epic tier elementary grade. Then how terrifying would his combat strength be when he advanced to the legendary tier or even the god tier. This mythical reputation rating talent was well deserved. Then, his gaze landed on the last person. He was wearing yellow gold tier armor and holding a yellow gold tier sword and yellow gold tier shield. There were also 9 yellow gold tier spears stuck in his back, making him look majestic. It was a soldier who had just changed his profession to King of Yellow Gold. Subject, Su Zheng, Territory, Blazing Sun City, Soldier Type Class Name, King of Yellow Gold, Strength Realm, Extraordinary Tier Intermediate Grade, Ability Overview, originally a normal subject of a human kingdom. Due to his poor family background, he joined a gang when he was young in order to help his family. He has been running around at the bottom level since he was young. Therefore, he knows very well the difficulties of the life of the subjects at the bottom. His dream is to follow a great lord and let the subjects at the bottom obtain their own warmth and stability. Skill, talent, born warrior, talent, able to work hard, extraordinary tier intermediate grade yellow gold tier sword and shield combined attack, extraordinary tier intermediate grade sword and shield combined attack, extraordinary tier intermediate grade Midas touch, extraordinary tier intermediate grade yellow gold blood, extraordinary tier intermediate grade physique strengthening, extraordinary tier intermediate grade physical immunity, extraordinary tier intermediate grade elemental immunity, diamond tier elementary grade soul immunity, loyalty, 99, potential, epic tier elementary grade. Zhou Zhou looked at his skill list and nodded slightly. His skill list was very different from the skill list of the King of Yellow Gold monster he had seen previously. There were many new King of Yellow Gold soldier type skills. However, this was normal. The King of Yellow Gold monster he had seen previously was only a Yellow Gold tier advanced grade. The King of Yellow Gold soldier in front of him was an extraordinary tier intermediate grade. The King of Yellow Gold of this realm would naturally have more soldier type exclusive skills. After that, Zhou Zhou chatted with them for a while before letting them get busy. Only Zhou Zhou and Wuxia were left at the scene. "Come with me," Zhou Zhou said. Then, he walked towards the beginner grade Lord's Paradise. Wuxia followed closely behind. Soon, the two of them walked into the Lord's Paradise. The moment the door closed, Before Zhou Zhou could turn around, he heard a kneeling sound. Dragon Slayer, Wuxia. Greetings, my king. Zhou Zhou looked at them. Wuxia had already knelt down in front of him. His shoulders were trembling, and tears fell. It was not sadness, but excitement. The excitement of returning home and also of seeing his elders. In this world that regarded the Dragon Slayer as a noble enemy, this was the first time Wuxia, who had been wandering alone for most of his life, had seen someone with the same Dragon Slayer will as him. Moreover, there were so many Dragon Slayers. There was also the Dragon Slayer King, whom they regarded as a king. How could he not be excited? Chapter 503 New Class Subject, Bloodline Warlock. Zhou Zhou's sigh. Don't kneel. We're all home. You don't have to be so cautious. Zhou Zhou wanted to help him up. However, Wuxiao's body did not move. The rights of a king cannot be abandoned. He said solemnly. Fine. Rise. Zhou Zhou said in a commanding voice. Yes, my king. Wuxiao smiled and stood up. How have you been all these years? Did you meet any other dragon slayers? Zhou Zhou asked. My king, the dragon slayer is the enemy of the noble bloodline of the myriad worlds. Our ancestral teachings tell us that if we want to preserve our bloodline, we can't gather together. Therefore, I haven't encountered a second dragon slayer until I came to your territory. Wuxiao said. Zhou Zhou nodded. He sighed in his heart. That was the fate of the Dragon Slayer. However, his white platinum tier Lord Talent, Dragon Slaying Hometown, was destined to attract the Dragon Slayer who was wandering in the outside world to gather together. There was no effect yet. But in the future, he had a faint premonition that his Dragon Slayer hometown was probably going to cause something big. He shook his head and did not think too much about it. He was the greatest Dragon Slayer leader. What he had to do now was to work hard to develop his Lord faction before revealing his identity as a Dragon Slayer. When the time comes, he would deal with whatever came his way. After that, Zhou Zhou and Wuxiao chatted for a while more and asked him to join his Blazing Sun army in the future to fight alongside it. Towards this, Zhou Zhou had specially instructed him not to expose his identity as the Dragon Slayer unless it was absolutely necessary in the future. As the enemy of a noble bloodline, the Dragon Slayer, countless top-notch bloodline races were clearing out the remaining Dragon Slayers in the High Continent and even the myriad worlds. He naturally knew how to protect himself since he had survived for so long. After that, the two of them did not chat much. Zhou Zhou asked Wuxiao to report to the Blazing Sun Army's base. As for the arrangements for his future life, there were naturally corresponding people in charge. Zhou Zhou came to the gate of summoning. Prompt, do you want to summon immediately? Yes. The gate of summoning suddenly lit up with a bright white light. Then, a large number of subjects walked out. A moment later, the 1,675 new subjects walked out of the gate of summoning. Greetings, my lord, X1675. All the new subjects said respectfully. Welcome to Blazing Sun City. Zhou Zhou nodded. Then, he asked all the professionals to stand up and realized that he had summoned 106 professionals this time. There were 31 more professionals than usual. Then, he began to check the information of these professional subjects. Among the 106 professional subjects, among them were 1 white platinum tier intermediate grade bloodline warlock, 1 white platinum tier intermediate grade ranger, 1 white platinum tier intermediate grade adventurer, 1 white platinum tier intermediate grade martial artist, and 1 white platinum tier intermediate grade mage. The rest were life professionals and combat professionals below the yellow gold tier. Zhou Zhou looked at the 5 white platinum tier intermediate grade professionals and was very satisfied. Now, upgrading his territory already required a certain number of life professionals and combat professionals. For example, if his territory wanted to advance to the White Platinum Tier Advanced grade, he needed 20 White Platinum Tier Lifestyle professionals and 300 White Platinum Tier Military professionals. The latter was naturally simple with the blessing of the war god. However, he did not have the enhancement of a Lord talent like the blessing of the war god when it came to lifestyle professionals. Therefore, there were far fewer lifestyle professionals in his territory than military professionals. Fortunately, he had the enhancement of many titles now, making him famous. Therefore, there were many high-level life professionals among the refugees he spontaneously absorbed every day. Coupled with the White-Silver Tier Lord talent, Embrace of the Conqueror, the addition of talents with reputation rating, and the essential prescriptions worth 1,000 gold for emergencies, the professional levels of many physician-related professionals increased very quickly. Therefore, with the current number of professionals in Zhou Zhou's territory, it was not a problem to advance to the Diamond Tier. Then, he called over the bloodline warlocks among the 5 professionals. This person was tall and thin with a Western face. His eyes were as bright as an eagle's and he had an aquiline nose. Zhou Zhou looked at his stats information. Subject, Braf Roderick, Territory, Blazing Sun City, Combat Class Name, Bloodline Warlock, Dark Fire Demon Eagle, Profession Class, White Platinum Tier Intermediate Grade, Ability Overview, an ordinary Bloodline Warlock with an Abyssal Bloodline, Dark Fire Demon Eagle. It is good at using dark spells and fire spells. It is born able to fly and can also become invisible during flight. Skills, Talent, Dark Fire Demon Eagle Bloodline, Talent, Eagle Eye, Talent, Fire Elemental Control, Talent, Dark Elemental Control, Talent, Flying, Talent, Invisibility, Talent, Fire Pillar Technique, Talent, Spirit Terrorize, Talent, Super Reaction, Talent, Fear Shrieking, Loyalty, 82, Potential, Extraordinary Tier Advanced Grade. Zhou Zhou looked at this guy's skill list in a daze. Good God! There were no skills, all talents. Was this a bloodline warlock? Not long ago, he thought that talent was a privilege that only a small number of life forms had. However, he now understood what it meant by the world was so big that there were all kinds of strange things. He was too narrow-minded. So there was such a profession that focused on talent in this world. Therefore, he did not say much. He directly handed these new subjects to the staff to arrange. These staff would naturally arrange the most suitable place for these new subjects to stay. Then, he came to the Lord's shop. In this shop, Old Zhou was sitting in front of a television with a controller in his hand. There was a game console in front of him, and the television screen displayed a game called Ninja Hundoluo. Zhou Qingmin was playing enthusiastically. He threw darts one after another to destroy the alien monsters. Old Zhou. Old Zhou. Zhou Zhou knocked on the counter twice before Old Zhou came back to his senses. I'm sorry, I was too engrossed. Zhou Qingmin smiled. Zhou Zhou did not mind. He had played this game when he was young and felt that it was much more fun than the original, Twilight Dolua, that only knew how to shoot. Moreover, this Old Zhou's strange behavior was already quite immune, so he did not show any strange expressions when he saw this scene. What's new today? Zhou Zhou asked. Old Zhou pressed the pause button and walked to the counter. He took out the 3 golden boxes under the counter and opened them one by one. Zhou Zhou looked at them. Chapter 504 Goods from the Lord's Shop. The first box contained a purple talent crystal. Zhou Zhou looked at it and a text notification appeared. Talent, Thunder Immunity, Talent Effect. When lightning elemental attacks below the low-tier deity level land on you, you will not suffer any damage. The introduction of the talent effect was simple. However, its effect was extraordinary. One had to know that the thunder element was definitely the most aggressive element. Moreover, it had a very strong ability to cause damage to the body and soul. It was also because of this that many experts were flocking to Thunder Element skills, wanting to master a few Thunder Element attack skills. If he bought it and mastered this talent, he would not have to worry about the other party's Thunder Element attack hurting him in front of enemies below the God tier. Zhou immediately decided to buy this skill. This talent is one of the talents of the original spirit race's Ansel. What a pity. If I obtain his talent, the World Lord or the original spirit, my bloodline talent will probably catch up to the orthodox original spirit race. If that doesn't work, the God of Thunder or the God of Dark Clouds will do too. There will be 2 more smooth paths to becoming a god. Zhou thought greedily. Then, he smiled and felt that he was a little too greedy. Talent, Thunder Immunity was actually top grade. Then, he looked at the second box. The second item was a skill book. Zhou looked at it. He realized that it was another hero skill book. Moreover, it was the hero skill of the Ghost God General, Ghost God Military Morale. Previously, he had obtained Wu Xin's hero skill, Desired Military Morale, from the Lord Shop. Now, he had actually obtained Luo Xing's hero skill, Ghost God Military Morale. After he bought this good, he would have 2 hero skills in terms of morale. When the time comes, he would have no one better than him in terms of military control. Zhou decided to buy this good. Then, he looked at the third good. The third item was nothing much for Chen. It was just an alchemy technology, Mechanostrider, white silver tier elementary grade, alchemy technology skill book. Zhou was not too disappointed. The first 2 goods were already very good after all. There was no need to bother about the third one. How many mist cores for all 3? Zhou asked. The talent, Thunder Immunity, is worth 50 legendary tier mist cores and 10 legendary tier territory tokens. The hero skill, Ghost God Military Morale, is worth 50 epic tier mist cores and 5 epic tier territory tokens. The white silver tier elementary grade alchemy technology, Mechanostrider, is worth 20 white silver tier mist cores and 2 white silver tier territory tokens. Zhou Qingmin said. Zhou raised his eyebrows. So expensive? He could not help but ask. Among the goods in the Lord's shop, this talent, Thunder Immunity, was the most expensive. This Thunder Immunity talent can be considered a low-tier deity-level talent in terms of its grade. It's not expensive. Zhou Qingmin shook his head. Zhou stopped talking. Ansel was really a god spirit that had yet to grow. Without saying anything else, he took out 60 legendary tier mist cores, 55 epic tier mist cores, and 22 white silver tier mist cores from the heavenly mist treasure bag and handed them to the other party. Thank you for your business. Zhou Qingmin accepted them with a smile. I hope that you have something good next time. I'm not lacking in mist cores now. Zhou did not leave immediately. He had just obtained more than 1,900 legendary tier mist cores from the marketplace. He really was not lacking in mist cores now, what he lacked were excellent Lord Shop goods. Okay. I'll see if I can get something good tomorrow. Zhou Qingmin was stunned for a moment before smiling. Zhou was taken aback too, it was just something that he had said casually. He did not expect anything really good to come out tomorrow nor for the boss of the Lord Shop to answer in this way. Wasn't the goods that appeared in the Lord Shop random? Could he really control the production of goods? Zhou did not hold back this question in his heart. Instead, he asked him directly. However, Zhou Qingmin only laughed and did not answer this question. Zhou had no choice but to leave. My lord, come and play games with me when you're free. I have a lot of gaming discs here. There are Crimson Army, Bomb Excellence, Street Fist, and other classic games. You might get lucky playing games. Zhou Qingmin's voice suddenly came from behind. Zhou nodded thoughtfully. Could old Zhou be hinting at me? The Lord's shop will have something good on sale tomorrow as long as I play with him. Zhou Zhou thought about what Zhou Qingmin had just said as he walked towards the Imperial Ancestral Temple. After a while, he made a decision. There's no loss. I'll play with him when I get back today. I'll think of it as reliving my childhood. Zhou Zhou thought. Soon, he came to the Imperial Ancestral Temple and entered the main hall. Zhou Zhou looked at the three ancestor statues in front of him before his gaze landed on the ancestral altar. Previously, he would come to the Imperial Ancestral Temple every day before going out to fight and obtain an ancestral blessing through the altar. However, the ancestral statues at that time were all white silver tier and yellow gold tier. Even though the corresponding ancestral blessing was not bad, it was not too awesome and exciting. Sun Simiao's ancestor statue has already reached the legendary tier. Then will you give me the legendary tier ancestral blessing if I use it again? Zhou Zhou was filled with anticipation. Then, his gaze landed on the altar again. A text notification appeared. Ancestral altar, offer 10 sacrifices with value not lower than legendary tier mist cores to the ancestor before a war and you will obtain the ancestral blessing. You will obtain a random temporary war enhancement effect. Prompt 1, the higher the level of the cerulean planet's ancestor statue, the higher the value of the offering and the stronger the ancestral blessing effect obtained. Prompt 2, the Lord can only have one type of ancestral blessing at any one time. The corners of Zhou Zhou's mouth twitched. Good God! He already began to need offerings worth 10 legendary tier mist cores. If this was another lord, they might not even be able to afford this. Fortunately, he could afford it. He did not think too much about it and took out 10 legendary tier mist cores and placed them on the altar. A text notification appeared. You have obtained an ancestral blessing, Imperial Preceptor, legendary tier war enhancement. State Preceptor, legendary tier war enhancement. In the next 24 hours, the class level of the 10 physician-related professionals under your command will temporarily increase to legendary tier elementary grade. After 24 hours, the class level of physician-related professionals will return to normal. Zhou Zhou's eyes widened. Fuck. Wasn't this legendary tier war enhancement too awesome and exciting? He directly gave them to 10 legendary tier elementary grade doctors. This could be considered a cheat-like existence on the battlefield at his level. Even though it only lasted for 24 hours, these 24 hours of legendary tier professionals' experience would definitely benefit those 10 people greatly. They would definitely be able to improve rapidly on their professional path in the future. These 10 legendary tier mist cores had not been spent in vain. The level of Sun Simiao's ancestor statue had not increased in vain. Zhou Zhou felt very happy. A moment later. In a vast empty space outside Blazing Sun City. Nearly 9 million soldiers were gathered here. Among these soldiers, there were humans, all kinds of fog monsters, and even many dragons that covered the sky. The Spiritual Medicine Lord, the Fertile Land Lord, the Gold Merchant Lord, the Paper Immortal Lord, and the other lords of the Star Alliance were all excited when they saw such a huge army. What can we not attain with so many soldiers? That's a little exaggerated, but I do feel at ease with so many soldiers around. I've never felt so safe. Fight, fight, fight. With so many soldiers, it's a waste of talent not to fight. What's the hurry? Didn't the Lord ask us to come because he said that there's a big battle waiting for us? I've never been so eager to go to the battlefield. The lords discussed animatedly, and ambition burned in their eyes. It was hard to imagine. 3 days ago. They were just a group of lords who could not even protect themselves. At this moment, a figure flew over from afar and finally floated in the sky above the nearly 9 million troops. It was none other than Zhou Zhou. Alliance Master. Alliance Master. Alliance Master. Alliance Master. No one knew who started it. Soon, more than 5 9 million soldiers under the Lord of the Star Alliance roared. The voice was really earth-shattering. Even Zhou Zhou, who had just arrived, could not help but be stunned. Then, a smile appeared on his face. He pressed his hands in the air and activated his hero skills, desired military morale and ghost god military morale at the same time. The shouts of all the soldiers subsided in less than 2 seconds. This scene stunned Bai Yun, Wu Xian, Feng Luo, the other generals of Blazing Sun City, and the lords of the Star Alliance. Chapter 505 The Mechanical Father, Zhou Zhou's Avatar. This, Bai Yun, Wu Xian, Luo Sheng, and the other Blazing Sun City generals looked at Zhou Zhou floating in the sky in a daze. My lord has already surpassed us in terms of the control of military morale. Wu Xian smiled and said after some time. Bai Yun and Luo Sheng, the two generals who had also mastered hero skills, nodded in agreement. The former had mastered the hero skill, desired military morale, through learning under Wu Xin's guidance. The latter was because he had inherited the Ghost God General Hero inheritance and automatically mastered the hero skill, Ghost God Military Morale. Even though they and Wu Xian could do similar things, they could only crowd control 1 million troops at most. They would never be able to control the morale of nearly 9 million troops like Zhou Zhou with a single order. Thinking about how their lord had mastered the Greedy Wolf Howling Moon Array and its strongest military formation skill, the Moon Fall, in one night not long ago, they immediately felt that their lord probably had extraordinary talent in controlling the army. Thinking of this, they smiled even more brightly. It was naturally a good thing for generals like them that their lord had such talent. At the same time, in the sky, Zhou Zhou could not help but look satisfied when he saw the soldiers below immediately quiet down in less than 2 seconds. The effect of the two military hero skills was indeed extraordinary. It's a pity that the Greedy Wolf Howling Moon Array has an upper limit. Otherwise, if I can get these 9 million soldiers and generals to set up the array and transform into Greedy Wolf avatars, I'm afraid that there would be no battle even if a god spirit descends, right? Zhou Zhou thought to himself. As for the talent, thunder immunity, he had naturally used it. He had also handed the White Silver Tier Elementary Grade Mechanostrider Alchemy Technology Blueprint to Zheng Yuanqi and asked him to hand it to the alchemy technician of the Gnome Alchemy Workshop to use. And now, his soldiers' flying tools were already mainly the Starry Night and Black Ghost. However, this did not mean that the previous Mechanostrider was useless. With such convenient civilian tools, it would definitely be more convenient for the subjects of the Blazing Sun territory to travel and do business in the future. Zhou Zhou also planned to turn a portion of the Black Ghost and Starry Night into civilian transportation after they became popular on a large scale in the future. When the time comes. Realizing air transportation of the Cerulean planet on the high continent would no longer be a dream. He stopped thinking about it and his gaze landed on the nearly 9 million soldiers below again. Today our target is the Crimson Kingdom near the Blazing Sun territory. Our goal is simple, destroy and replace them to build a kingdom that belongs to us. Are you fearful? He looked at the 9 million soldiers below and shouted loudly. Under the spread of the chaotic origin energy in his body, his voice resounded in the ears of every soldier. No fear. No fear. No fear. The 9 million soldiers roared in unison. Everyone had a surging fighting spirit. Even the lords of the Star Alliance were stimulated by the roars of the 9 million soldiers. It was as if they could defeat any enemy in front of them. Okay. Follow me to the spaceships. Zhou Zhou did not waste his breath and was the first to fly into the Starry Night in the sky. After a night of researching the technological blueprints dropped by Lord Father and the expansion of the spaceship factory, when Ya's efficiency in making spaceships had clearly increased greatly. 2 Starry Nights and 3 Black Ghosts were made within the night. He now had a total of 13 Star Knights and 4 Black Ghosts under his command. With so many spaceships around, it was not a problem to accommodate 17 million soldiers, let alone 9 million soldiers. Of course, it would not work if it exceeded 17 million. Soon, these approximately 9 million soldiers, a large number of doctors, clergymen, and other war logistics personnel boarded the spaceship and flew towards the Taiyan Kingdom. In front of the city gate of Blazing Sun City, Leah, who had already walked out of the beginner-grade Lord's Paradise, looked at the departing spaceship column in a daze. She could not help but recall the conversation between Zhou Zhou and her. "Zhou Zhou, why don't you look for my father? Wouldn't you be more confident in crusading against the Taiyan Kingdom after accepting my father's Aurora Kingdom? It's better to build my kingdom with my own hands. As for father-in-law's Aurora Kingdom, it won't be too late to take it over after I conquer the Taiyan Kingdom and establish my own kingdom. Father, neither of us would have thought that the lords of all races whom we only wanted to invest in back then would grow to the extent that he is confident of conquering the Taiyan Kingdom easily, right?" Leah muttered in her heart. The smile on her face became even brighter. In the spaceship, Zhou Zhou sat on the main seat in the captain's cabin and looked at the map in his hand. This map was the map of the Taiyan Kingdom. There were a total of 54 regional territories in the entire Taiyan Kingdom. Previously, he had already conquered Dark Knight Town, Red Wasp Town, Kingdom Beginning City, and other 6 regional territories. There were still 48 regional territories left. Among them, there was 1 extraordinary tier regional territory, 3 diamond tier regional territories, 10 white platinum tier regional territories, 20 yellow gold tier regional territories, and 14 green bronze tier regional territories. As long as I can take all these regional territories, not only is there hope of upgrading the territory, the 30 regional territories needed to build a kingdom can also be easily completed. Zhou Zhou had a faint smile on his face. Previously, in order to increase the level of the Blazing Sun Territory's regional territories, he had fused most of the regional territories he had conquered. And now, there were only 2 or 3 regional territories under his command that had yet to be fused. Fortunately, as long as he conquered the regional territories on the Taiyan Kingdom side, he could also satisfy the number of regional territories needed to build a kingdom. "Wenya. Let's go to this white platinum tier regional territory, Blood Channel City, first to take a look," Zhou Zhou said. "Yes, my lord." Wen Ya's voice sounded before falling silent. Zhou Zhou gave it a thought and a 7-colored light flew out of his glabella and turned into a silver-robed Zhou Zhou after landing on the ground. It was the ultimate lord, Zhou Zhou. The current ultimate lord, Zhou Zhou, was very different from yesterday. This was because his body was currently emitting an astonishing hero pressure. Zhou Zhou felt the pressure on the other party and smiled. He looked at him and a text notification appeared. Clone name, Ultimate Lord, Zhou Zhou, Machina Race Clone, Hero Title, Mechanical Father, Position, Mid-Level God Tier Advanced Grade Hero Fate Level, Territory, Blazing Sun City, Machina Race, Skill Level, Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade, Ability Overview. The Machina Race clone of the Lord of the Blazing Sun has mastered a special talent, Ultimate Algorithm. Skills, Talent, Ultimate Algorithm, Talent, Unlimited Mechanical Body, Hero Skill, Super Calculation, Hero Skill, True Simulation, Extraordinary Tier Elementary Grade Mechanical Technological Skill, Grand Unified Core Energy, Extraordinary Tier Elementary Grade Mechanical Technological Skill, Apocalypse Satellite 4, Incomplete Research, Diamond Tier Elementary Grade Mechanical Technological Skill, Soul Residence, White Platinum Tier Advanced Grade Mechanical Technological Skill. Shield of Light, Yellow Gold Tier Elementary Grade, Invisible Ghost, Mechanical Technological Skill, Giant Axe Ripper Series, Green Bronze Tier Elementary Grade White Platinum Tier Advanced Grade, Mechanical Technological Skill, Suicide Bomb Beetle Series, Green Bronze Tier Elementary Grade White Platinum Tier Advanced Grade, Mechanical Technological Skill, Cannon Man Series, Green Bronze Tier Elementary Grade White Platinum Tier Advanced Grade, Mechanical Technological Skill, Shadow Eagle Series, Green Bronze Tier Elementary Grade, White Platinum Tier Advanced Grade, Potential, Master God Tier Advanced Grade, Hero Biography. 1. Under the blessing of the human Lord, the Blazing Sun, he obtained the hero inheritance and became the first-generation mechanical father. Hero's personal reputation rating +2, human race reputation +50,000, Machina race reputation +200,000, high continent reputation +5. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. Chapter 506 Conquer. Conquer. Impressive. Not only did he use that hero inheritance secret manual, but he also mastered all of Lord Father's mechanical technological skills in just one night. Zhou Zhou praised. I have the ultimate algorithm and control all the computing power of 32,104 Machina race soldiers. I'm very intelligent to begin with. It's not difficult for me to master them in one night. What I need the most now is to increase my strength level. The ultimate lord, Zhou Zhou said. With the ultimate algorithm, he could be said to be an absolute technology genius. With the computing power he controlled, he could basically master technology theories below the extraordinary tier at a glance. If his strength could increase, he could control more computing power and increase his strength faster and better to create more technological inventions. Increase your strength level. Then have you done your grand unified core energy? Zhou Zhou asked. The ultimate lord, Zhou Zhou looked up and said, Wenya. Is it done? It's done. A total of 50,000 grand unified core energy crystals. They are all in the warehouse now. Wenya trailed off. Install them for the Machina race soldiers immediately. The ultimate lord, Zhou Zhou, said. Wenya did not speak immediately. Do as he says. In the future, his orders are equivalent to mine. Wenya, you can obey them. The main body, Zhou Zhou, said. The ultimate lord, Zhou Zhou was his talent avatar. Their minds were connected, so Zhou Zhou naturally did not have to worry that the ultimate lord would harm him. Yes, my lord. Wenya. How's the Machina race blueprints I gave you? Zhou Zhou asked again. I've already begun to build the corresponding technology manufacturing factories in the territory. From the looks of it, we can start producing various mechanical technological skill products tomorrow. Wenya trailed off. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. If he could digest Lord Father's series of technological products, the strength and development potential of his territory would definitely increase greatly again. More than a minute later, the 17 spaceships flew into the territory of the Taiyan Kingdom. Taiyan Kingdom. Zhou Zhou, Bai Yun, Wu Xian, Feng Luo, Luo Sheng, Suan, and the other Blazing Sun territory generals, as well as the 312 lords of the Star Alliance, were looking at the virtual screen in the middle of the conference room through a virtual video conference. On the virtual screen, a quiet city surrounded by blood-colored city walls stood here. It was the White Platinum Tier regional territory, Blood Channel City. It looked lifeless. He could not even see many fog monsters at a glance. Wu Tu, how many fog monsters are there in Blood Channel City? Zhou Zhou asked. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Tu, who was sitting on his right and wearing silver bow general light armor, quickly stood up. Reporting to my lord, according to the information of the Heavenly Army, at this moment, there are only about 200,000 fog monsters left in Blood Channel City. There are only about 10,000 fog monster soldiers amongst them. The rest are civilian fog monsters that have almost no combat strength. Wu Tu said with a dark expression. Everyone nodded thoughtfully. It's just as the information said, most of the soldiers of the Taiyan Kingdom have gone to support that country's war that concerns the fate of the country. Otherwise, there would definitely not be only so many fog monster soldiers in such a huge White Platinum Tier Scarlet City. Bai Yun said. The Scarlet King of the Taiyan Kingdom has already given up on these cities. It wants to defeat the Titan Kingdom first. As for these cities, it's of no concern to them for now. A monster general of the monster army said with a smile. Everyone agreed. If that's the case, we don't have to be polite. Conquer these uninvolved cities as quickly as possible. Zhou Zhou said in a low voice. It'll bring 200,000 soldiers. This amount of enemy. My greedy wolf avatar can slaughter this city in a few rounds. The ghost god general, Luosheng said. Go on. Use the Machina race's soldiers among your 200,000 soldiers. Also, the Lords of the Star Alliance will send one person to follow the army to instigate incite defection and weaken the enemy according to the level of war contributions they have accumulated previously. Zhou Zhou said. Even though his incite defection had been refreshed today, he would naturally not use them on these small fries. He would leave them to his alliance lords. Yes, my lord. Luosheng stood up and accepted the order. Then, he carried his gun and left. After a while, a divine wolf with starlight on its body landed in Blood Channel City and began to wreak havoc on the fog monsters. At the same time, a lord member of the Star Alliance who was chosen successfully incite defection during this process and brought back nearly 20,000 fog monster subjects. My lord. When are we going to fight? When the lords of the Star Alliance saw this, they could not help but ask. The weapons of more than 5.9 million soldiers under their command were already unbearably hungry. Don't be anxious. It's just a small fight now. You don't have to do anything. There will be a chance for you to attack. Zhou Zhou said. When the lords heard this, they quietened down, looking forward to it. 5 minutes later, the Blood Channel City had already turned into a sea of blood. There were no longer any living fog monsters. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly. At this rate, he might really be able to conquer all the regional territories of the Taiyan Kingdom in one day. He looked at the Ultimate Lord, Zhou Zhou, who was sitting beside him. His attribute information appeared in front of him. Then, his eyes lit up. This was because he realized that the Ultimate Lord, Zhou Zhou's strength realm had already increased to the green bronze tier intermediate grade. Not bad, not bad. At this rate, perhaps today, the Ultimate Lord, Zhou Zhou's strength would increase to yellow gold tier. This was much faster than the time he needed to advance back then. The Grand Unified Core Energy was indeed a top-grade technology that could quickly increase one's strength. Unfortunately, it could only be used on the Machina race and not life forms. Otherwise, it would be perfect. 10 minutes later, Zhou Zhou and the others flew to the next regional territory of the Taiyan Kingdom with all the loots from Blood Channel City. In the next 4 hours, Zhou Zhou and the others continued to fight and quickly conquered the remaining regional territories of the Taiyan Kingdom to the extent that there was only 1 extraordinary tier regional territory and 2 diamond tier regional territories left. The place where the 3 regional territories joined together was the capital of the Taiyan Kingdom. It was also the current battlefield between the monster army of the Taiyan Kingdom and the Titan Kingdom. Wuxia, let's go. Head to the capital of the Taiyan Kingdom. Zhou Zhou said in a low voice. Yes, my lord. Wuxia said respectfully. Whoosh. 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 17 spaceships quickly flew towards the capital of the Taiyan Kingdom. Chapter 507 Attacking the Taiyan Kingdom. Taiyan Kingdom. Diamond Tier Regional Territory, Left Guardian City. This was a scarlet city that guarded the capital of the Taiyan Kingdom. In the past, millions of civilian fog monsters lived here. Hundreds of thousands of extraordinary tier fog soldiers were stationed there. However, at this moment, this place had already become a pile of ruins. More than 2 million fog monsters were fighting. Their roars shook the sky, and the battle was tragic. It was not an exaggeration to call it a river of blood. Everyone from the Blazing Sun territory, who was hidden in the 17 spaceships, saw the scene clearly. This is the main battlefield where the armies of the two kingdoms are fighting. Such a fierce fight, but it's only a so-so. There are only more than 2 million monster soldiers. How can they compare to our nearly 9 million soldiers? Yes, if we go down and fight now, we will definitely win. Is that the Titan race of the Titan Kingdom? Their bodies are indeed terrifying, just like monsters. The Lord members discussed spiritedly. Even though they were a little shocked by the Titan's physical talent, they still had absolute confidence in themselves. Zhou also looked at the Titan clan fighting crazily on the battlefield. This was the first time he had seen the Titan race. There were about 1.3 million Titans, and each Titan was generally more than 20 meters tall. There were also Titans that were 30 to 40 meters tall, but there were not many of them. They were completely grayish-white and were wearing ancient and rough huge armor. The weapons in their hands were also crude and easy-to-use strength-type weapons like stone axes, iron staffs, bronze maces. The way they fought the fog monster army of the Taiyan Kingdom was extremely easy. They charged into their soldiers and used their advantage in size, thick skin, and strength to brandish their weapons to wreak havoc among their soldiers. The method was simple and crude, but it was surprisingly useful and he killed them quickly. However, the fog monster army of the Taiyan Kingdom was not to be trifled with. Even though most of them were inferior to the Titans in terms of physical strength, their combat strength was also very high, and they had endless methods. He could not defeat them in close combat. At most, he would use long-range skills to fight. Alliance Master, can I record it? Some Lord members could not help but ask. He really wanted to record such a big scene. Yes, but don't spread it to outsiders. Just within our alliance. Zhou thought for a moment and agreed. This was the first time he had launched a frontal attack on a kingdom, and it was also his experience establishing the #1 kingdom of the human race on the Cerulean planet. It had memorable value. Okay. I promise it will not spread to outside people. The Lord who made this promise immediately became excited and activated the recording function of the World Channel. The other lords followed suit and hurriedly began to record. This was also an extremely memorable experience for them. Zhou's expression was a little strange when he saw this. This scene looked like an internet celebrity filming a video. Wuxia. Did you notice where the Nether Bark Kingdom's army is? Zhou observed the situation below for a while and asked. Not at the moment. Wuxia trailed off. Zhou frowned. The Starry Night had Diamond-tier advanced grade life detection and anti-reconnaissance radar. Even this reconnaissance device could not detect the location of the other party's army. Either the other party's method of obscurity was higher than his own reconnaissance method, or they were not here. Lu Rui's information should be right. In addition, under his talent, danger prediction, he vaguely sensed that there seemed to be some faint sense of danger hidden in his surroundings. Therefore, he was naturally biased towards the former. As expected, no kingdom-level faction is simple. He thought to himself. Then, he looked at the anxious situation below and finally made a decision. He would not continue waiting. Time was limited. He did not want to wait for the Nether Bark army of the Nether Bark Kingdom to attack before attacking. Moreover, he had 9 million troops, and the soldiers were all extremely strong. What was there to be afraid of with such combat strength? If anyone dared to be a fisherman after him, he would directly be wiped out at once. He immediately made up his mind. Lead the entire army to attack with Bai Yun as the overall commander and Wu Xian and Luo Sheng as the deputy commanders. Destroy all the fog monsters in front of us. Zhou ordered decisively. Yes. Furious roars sounded behind him. Then, the two sides fighting on the ground saw 17 spaceships suddenly appear out of thin air in the sky. Right on the heels of that, the 17 spaceships emitted pillars of light. Countless human soldiers, fog monster soldiers, and dragons flew out of the pillar of light. Then, some landed on the ground and rushed towards them, while others attacked them from the air. Under their terrified gazes, these enemies that suddenly appeared seemed to be endless. They came out of the spaceship in an endless stream and attacked them with ferocious killing intent. What's going on? Where did these enemies come from? Could it be the people from the Aurora Kingdom? Shouldn't they be repairing their dilapidated kingdom at this time? The monster army of the Taiyan Kingdom and the Titan Kingdom were stunned. However, there was no time to think. This was because the soldiers of the Blazing Sun Territory and the Star Alliance had already rushed in front of them. As soon as the two sides came into contact, they began to fight fiercely. The first to reach the 2 million monster soldiers was the Dragon God army led by Nazario. Firstly, Horus led 39 extreme dragon race soldiers and smashed into the dense area of more than 2 million monster soldiers. Accompanied by the sound of the ground trembling. There were more than 10,000 fog monsters smashed to death by the extreme dragon race alone. Then, Horus and the other 40 extreme dragon race members began to wreak havoc among the 2 million fog monsters. As pure-blooded dragons with the strongest physical bodies, the extreme dragon race's dragon body was their strongest arms. This was because they did not need to use any skills. They only needed to flap their dragon wings and wave their dragon claws to injure and kill the hundreds or thousands of fog monsters around them. When the surrounding fog monsters saw this scene, they rushed up to kill these extreme dragons. Then, they realized that most of their attacks could not even break through. They could only watch helplessly as these extreme dragon race wreaked havoc among their companions. Only Diamond Tier and above fog monster experts could barely fight it, but they would not be able to gain much advantage. Other than the extreme dragon race, immediately after were the 5-color dragons, the earth dragons, the bronze dragons, the elf dragons, and the emerald dragons. They were all subdued by Zhou. At this moment, they were also using their full strength, wanting to perform well in front of the new Lord and His Excellency the Light Sacred Dragon. Chapter 508 End of the war. Behind them were the Dragon King of Volcano and Destruction, Nazario, Spectral Dragon Auguste, and the Light Sacred Dragon, Ingersoll, who were casting spells in the air. Nazario used Fire Elemental Draconic Magic, Auguste used Soul Draconic Magic, and Ingersoll released Extreme Light Draconic Magic. The strength of the three dragons was already above the White Platinum tier, and unleashed powerful draconic magics. Especially Nazario and Ingersoll. Each of their draconic spells could kill thousands of these fog monsters. At the same time, Bai Yun, Wuxia, Luo Sheng, and the Ultimate Lord, Zhou, also organized 800,000 soldiers and 4 greedy wolf avatars to fight and kill among the monster soldiers of the Crimson Kingdom. The 10-directional martial emperor, Feng Luo, Soul Arrow, Wu Tu, Night Rakshasa Sword God, Suen, and the newly joined butcher, Wuxia were also slaughtering the fog monsters with all their might. In addition, Soul Reaper Maris and the God of Thunder and Dark Clouds, Ansel, were not to be outdone. One silently harvested fog monsters in its soul state. The other directly turned into a lightning body and waved his hand to summon thousands of lightning to kill a large number of fog monsters. The generals were so powerful. The soldiers of the Blazing Sun Territory also performed extremely well. Under the blessing of the War God, their average strength far exceeded these fog monsters. They could have fought 3 or even 4 people on the battlefield, but because of the advantage in numbers, they often fought 3 or 4 against 1. This way, the fog monsters of the 2 Scarlet Kingdoms were even more helpless. Coupled with the addition of the 5.9 million soldiers of the Star Alliance, as soon as the battle between the two sides began, the Blazing Sun Territory and the Star Alliance had an absolute advantage and began to eliminate these fog monsters at an astonishing speed. What's going on? In the monster army, a tall monster more than 10 meters tall, covered in bruises, had 4 arms, and held 4 weapons, widened its eyes in anger when it saw the situation on the battlefield. He was the only extraordinary tier Scarlet hero left in the Taiyan Kingdom, 4-armed Mara King, Taro. He had never expected this. They had just gained some confidence and felt that they could rely on the territory advantage of the Taiyan Kingdom to drag down these Titan legions from the Titan Kingdom. In the blink of an eye, there was a second unknown powerful human faction that interfered. On the other side, the Legion commander of the Titan army was also one of the 5 heroes of the Titan Kingdom, the Iron Fang King, Siphon. When he saw that this unknown human faction actually wanted to snatch their results, he was immediately furious. In addition, after knowing that the other party had many troops and that they probably had no possibility of retreating, the hostility in its heart intensified. Kill! Kill and eat all these bastards in front of us! Siphon roared. At the same time, in the sky, when Zhou Zhou, who was floating in midair, saw this scene, he did not dare to waste any time. He immediately raised his hand and used insight defection. At this moment, a line of golden text suddenly appeared. Please choose the enemy lord faction you want to incite defection. 1. Taiyan Kingdom. 2. Titan Kingdom. Zhou Zhou could not help but be stunned when he saw the sudden text notification. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Then, he thought for a moment and said, Titan Kingdom. There were more than 3 million Titan soldiers in the Titan Kingdom, while the Taiyan Kingdom only had more than 1 million monster soldiers. Of course, he had to choose the side with more insight defection soldiers. He had just confirmed his choice. Boom! An invisible fluctuation covered all the Titans on the ground in the blink of an eye. The expressions in the eyes of more than 150,000 Titans suddenly changed. They did not immediately attack their companions beside them. Instead, under Zhou Zhou's secret instructions, they continued to attack the monster soldiers of the Taiyan Kingdom like before. In the sky, Zhou Zhou looked at the insight defection notification in front of him. Lord Talent Notification, a total of 63,420 Black Iron Tier Titan soldiers, 41,852 Green Bronze Tier Titan soldiers, 21,542 White Silver Tier Titan soldiers, 18,850 Yellow Gold Tier Titan soldiers, 7,760 White Platinum Tier Titan soldiers, 5,050 Diamond Tier Titan soldiers, and 101 Extraordinary Tier Titan soldiers have betrayed their lord's faction and become your loyal subordinates. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. This wave of insight defection directly obtained the loyalty of 158,575 Titan soldiers. It had to be known that these Titans had astonishing physical talent to begin with, and their combat strength was even stronger than special soldier types of the same level. Even though there were relatively few insight defections, Zhou Zhou did not feel that he had suffered a loss. Then, Zhou Zhou called Linger over and asked her to incite defection on the monster soldiers of the Taiyan Kingdom. Soon, Linger had also used incite defection on more than 80,000 monster soldiers from the Taiyan Kingdom. Seeing this, Zhou Zhou asked Linger to immediately order the 80,000-odd monster soldiers of the Taiyan Kingdom to start a civil war among them. This action immediately caused the million-odd monster soldiers of the Taiyan Kingdom to riot for a while. However, they were elite soldiers of the Taiyan Kingdom after all. They calmed down in no time and were also guarding against the sneak attacks of their companions. But even so, while resisting the attacks of the Titan soldiers and the Blazing Sun Territory soldiers, he was also guarding against the sneak attacks of his companions. In the sky, Zhou Zhou could not help but smile when he saw the battle situation below. However, he still remained cautious. This was because he knew that there was an enemy faction of the Nether Bark Kingdom hidden around him with the notification of his talent, Danger Prediction. But at this moment, Zhou Zhou suddenly raised his eyebrows and observed his surroundings without leaving a trace. In the end, he naturally did not discover anything. The sense of danger given to me by my talent, danger prediction, has disappeared. Could it be that the Nether Bark Kingdom has left? Zhou Zhou thought to himself. Zhou Zhou was not surprised if that was the case. After all, as long as it was a beginner kingdom faction with some common sense, they probably would not have any thoughts of attacking after seeing his nearly 9 million soldiers. Wasn't that purely courting death? Of course, he could not rule out the possibility that the Nether Bark Kingdom had some method that could hide from his danger prediction. However, Zhou Zhou felt that the possibility of such a guess was extremely small. Talent, danger prediction was the talent of Xiao Xian, a true god-tier talent. How could he be easily hidden by a kingdom-level lord faction? So, in this situation, there was a high chance that the Nether Bark Kingdom knew that they could not match his 9 million soldiers, so they automatically retreated. Thinking of this, Zhou Zhou did not let his guard down. Instead, he continued to be cautious. At the same time, he glanced at the text notification that had just flashed past. An official battle has been discovered. Battle mode has been activated. Virtual battlefield has been established. Battle points are being calculated. Prompt: after the battle ends, the army's battle point function will be calculated and obtained a corresponding number of battle points according to the battle performance of the Blazing Sun Army, the Monster Army, and the Dragon God Army. When there are enough battle points, you can increase the level of the army and unlock more army functions. Zhou Zhou's gaze landed on the battlefield below again. It seemed that these two monster armies of the Crimson Kingdom had triggered the army battle mode. Just as well. It could also increase the level of the 3 armies under his command. 2 hours later, the battlefield gradually returned to silence as the soldiers of Taiyan Kingdom and Titan Kingdom were all dead. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.